You know, I asked Harvick, I said, what makes you so good here? He said, always have a fast car. He's got a fast car. He and his teammate, Burton. The mayor, trouble.
Junior's in the wall. Montoya.
Joey Logano.
Logano gets hit. Edwards in the infield. And more.
I just saw that coming, Mike. It was a much wilder start than what even the first start was. I think these guys got a little too confident, a little too comfortable.
Regan Smith, left of your screen, involved. First caution flag of the night on track. We do count the competition caution at lap 25. And there is Kevin Conway driving one of Joe Nemechek's cars. His night is done. Darrell, let's have a look.
Let's see what happens here. Of course, we were talking about the 18 was having trouble going, and now he's got Junior up behind him. And I said he had to anticipate. Looks like Bobby Labonte in the 47 car.
Ooh, Carl Edwards and Regan Smith.
I believe Carl got into. He definitely got into Dale Jr. I'm not sure if Regan Smith pushed him up there or not. Take another look at it.
From Jimmy Johnson.
Outside, too wide.
Oh, yeah. Carl got into the right rear of Dale Jr., and Dale Jr. got into the 78 car of Regan Smith.
Almost looked like Carl Edwards tried to go through a hole that wasn't quite wide enough for that 99 car.
Yeah, he's trying to slip right in there, and he couldn't make it. And then Dale Jr. bounced off of Carl and got into Regan Smith.
A wild slide. Another one of those land rush affairs.
You would think all the action will be on the track at 205 miles an hour, whatever. But even at the slowest speeds, which is pit road speed at 55 miles an hour, watch this.
But Kyle
Trouble,
Busch,
turn one. Kyle Busch and Mark Martin.
Check up. You all right, Mark?
I think Mark's car looked like it hit anything.
They still have a show on TV, you okay?
Looks like both drivers may drive away from this one. Now, under last year's configuration, the front splitters would be heavily damaged on these cars, but that is a change this year. No more splitter on the front end.
Right rear damage on the Mark Martin's car.
They're at the bottom of your screen.
This is two cars that had worked together a lot tonight, the 18 and the 5.
Whoa, just got in there on the outside and you know, pushing each other in the corner like that. Over 205 miles an hour, the 18 car got loose.
And Denny Hamlin in the 11 narrowly misses another one from the Goodyear blimp. Third pair of cars, right of your screen.
Just got in that real high up there with Mark tucked right up under him, pushing him, and it got the 18 car Kyle Busch loose. I'd heard a number of guys, and then I watched Kyle in practice. His car wasn't the best handling car of the cars I watched out there on the racetrack the last couple of days.
It's like he just had him at the wrong angle, at the wrong place on the racetrack, and maybe wasn't completely squared up with him, had him more in that left rear.
Yep. And that's tight getting into turn one. You got getting into both turns, 1 and 3. You really crank it in there with somebody laid right up against you. Pretty heavy contact. Way too much.
Jimmy Johnson has just become the race's 9th different leader. The 21st lead change of the night. 23 is the record.
And see, that's a Chevrolet leading and a Ford running second. So you just work with whoever will make you go the fastest.
But what I love about this situation, Darrell, is that the cars in the pairs behind the lead. Oh, hard. Michael Waltrip into the wall.
14 got to turn around.
He and Tony Stewart were coming.
Just ran through the grass.
They were coming toward the front. Running 9th and 10th. Waltrip, the 2-time Daytona 500 winner, and Stewart, the 3-time Bud Shootout winner. Here's a look, Darrell.
Let's see what happens here. They're going down the back. This looks a lot like Mark Martin and Kyle Busch to me. Tony gets right up on Michael, gets him a little wee bit loose, and around he goes. That pushing off into the corner, either one or 3, looks like it's a little treacherous for some of these guys.
But you know, Dale, it's almost like both situations has been the car wasn't just locked onto that car. It was maybe right there actually pushing on the left rear just a little bit.
Got him a little off center. So we can get a shot out the back here and see what to do. There's Tony just right on him. Little movement getting in the corner. And then just a quick little D-dido right there.
Ow.
And that's a hard hit.
What will happen if they're going to make the move on the back straightaway?
Hamlin locked onto Newman. Kurt Busch with Jamie Mack. Through turn 1 for the final time.
Here we go.
He's in your tire tracks. When you go, he's pushing.
Now it's go time.
There we go. They're looking. They're looking. Can't make it. Can't make it happen.
Newman, the runner-up in 2005.
Can't make it happen.
Has about 2,000 feet to the finish line to win the Bud Shootout for the first time. Hamlin low, Busch up high. Here they come. 3 wide to the stripe, and the winner is
3 wide.
probably Kurt Busch, because Denny Hamlin went below the yellow line.
Yeah, that was definitely, he advanced his position by being out of bounds. There's no question on that one.
It is legal for Newman to run him down to the line, and Hamlin probably had one of 2 choices: go below the line or wreck Ryan Newman. Who will go to victory lane? That is the question NASCAR officials will decide for us. He may be the race winner.
Yeah, it's hard to say about that.
And McMurray, he never came off the rear bumper of Kurt Busch in that 22 car.
Kurt Busch has won the Budweiser Shootout.
That would have been my call, but I'm you know, you never know. And that's also a rarity. I don't think I've heard a soul say a word about tires.
And that's a beautiful thing.
It is. It really is. I know. Oh, what's this all about? Man, he's got something.
Whoa,
on his
trouble
car.
for Hamlin.
The right front tire is headed toward the infield, right where he is.
What in the
What
world?
happened? Looks like the steering locked to the left, all the way to the left.
Car owner Joe Gibbs looking on and looking for the replay.
And looking rather worried as well.
Now let's watch this. Now Hamlin's getting away from the grass. Now he's still on the clock. Then he pulls away as a crewman looks attentively underneath the car.
Now, didn't they change the engine in this car, Larry?
Yes, they did. Yeah, they were going to have to start the race at the back of the dual races on Thursday.
That car, it is. It's just locked full left lock.
Never seen anything like that before.
Hamlin off and into the grass, and the go homers come out to qualify next. Cool back down.
Well, I'm already seeing right at
Trouble.
We got trouble.
Truex, Earnhardt, crash, and the pole-winning car for the 500 is in smithereens.
It is no more.
Anything, TJ? Yes, sir.
I mean, there's no question they're going to go to a backup car.
Coming up on a bunch of cars. You see steam coming out of the 88 back there, by the way. And they were coming up on these slow cars right here, and looked like somebody just, maybe Jimmy Johnson got a little bit loose.
Yeah.
Well, and then Truex had a push from the car behind him, who probably couldn't see what was happening 4 cars ahead.
But, Larry, I think that means 88 will have to start in the rear of the field.
One back behind him.
Yep.
Yeah, Truex had a push from the Red Bull car, too.
Caution's out,
Further back, and you can see how those 2-car tandems are able to work their way away from the rest of this field.
And the unknown, Mike, is how long can they do this now?
Well, we got
trouble already. Newman.
Spin behind you.
Ryan Newman is going to stay off the wall after spinning off turn number 2 to bring out the first caution flag of the day.
My, looked like he just lost it, Larry. I don't know. Did he get any push or not?
There was contact, and Newman goes around 4 under yellow quickly in the Gatorade duel.
Getting Smith through in that 78 car coming to the tri-oval.
I tell you what he's going to do. He's going to push, push, push.
Well, he's got enough room to look out and try to win it, but he's steaming along. It's going to be Kurt Busch.
Whoa, he looked, but he couldn't do it. Oh!
You got it, baby.
He gave it a gallon effort.
He did. I was really surprised he even took a look, but the yay to him.
Kurt Busch is
here in just a second, and here they come right up through the middle. Whoop.
Whoa! Logano goes for a ride.
I think he's going to save it.
Caution is out. Nice save by Joey Logano. But look what he's got left. Well, we saw it with Ryan Newman off turn 2, and now we see this with just to Joey Logano here, the orange number 20.
Yeah, I just commented that that group back there was closing on this front crowd here in a hurry. I think what happened was Logano got to the 18 car of Kyle Busch, might have had to check up a teeny bit, and when he did, Michael got into the back of him, and man, that could have been a whole lot worse than what it turned out to be. He was headed for the end of that wall.
The closing rate is so fast, one pair of cars to another. You're riding with Logano. And next, our Fox Exmo camera, our extreme slow motion camera. You saw good use of it at the Super Bowl, and here it is.
See, what happened was Logano was going to try to drive out from behind Kyle Busch. He started to go to the inside of Kyle Busch, and Michael was laying right up against him. Just that turning out from behind Kyle and Michael pushing him got him around sideways, got the 20 car around sideways, and off the track he went.
So pit stops for fuel, and we'll be back to Daytona International Speedway and the Gatorade Duel.
No, he loves it.
Now, a couple of sets of teammates that's lost touch with this top 6 is Jeff Burton and Clint Boyer.
Trouble, turn three, car
One
around.
car all by itself, it's Brad Keselowski. Caution is out for the 3rd time in this second duel race.
I see. Back her down there. Got the shoes spun into.
Like he got away with minimum damage to that car. I believe, Larry, as I was looking at it, I think he just spun out, getting it. I think it got loose on him getting into the corner.
Well, let's take a look.
Going down the back here with Todd Bodine pushing. Woo.
Darrell, that wasn't just pushing, that was the bump draft, just as he was turning off in the corner.
Saw the same thing happen with Michael and Tony Stewart in the Budweiser shootout. Just that extra little bump getting in the corner knocks you loose.
Yeah, just make it last. We can go like hell at the end, you know. Let's just try to separate ourselves enough so that at least one way or the other we finish first, second if we can.
How's that working out?
Whoa.
Not too good. There goes Hamlin around.
That was another one of those incidences where he was just closing so fast with nowhere to go, and he got run into.
4th caution flag of the race for Denny Hamlin. And that was a caution in the making for about 2 laps of squeezing on this pressure cooker of a front draft.
You'll see the 11. He's coming. Man, he's got a head of steam. Nowhere to go. The yellow line, he's already broken. He's violated that rule once. He come right back in front of his teammate. Got hit.
For a moment. Jeff Burton has never won a Gatorade duel race. Nor has Clint Boyer, but they are at the front of this one with 6 to go.
They have the Budweiser shootout, these two guys do, that they worked all the way through. Didn't get the result they were looking for.
Trouble.
Oh, there's trouble. 60 car of Bodine.
Todd Bodine crashes out of the 500.
It's Stephen Wallace in the 77 involved.
And I think we'll see there was contact in front of Bodine that started all this and put us under caution for the 5th time.
Oh boy.
With 5 laps to go. Todd Bodine has 2 Truck Series wins here.
Let's see what happened here,
number
Mike.
60.
Man, look, did he get in on the apron?
It looked like he did. I know when he ran over Digger, it looked like he was on the apron when we had that shot.
Look at the job that Greg Beffel's doing to get by that. Nice work.
Now, Stephen Wallace got into him, but that may have been after Bodine had trouble.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
There he is down toward the bottom of your screen.
You see him wobbling a little bit getting in that corner. He was already having trouble when he got to the corner. That got him down on the apron, and then he came back up in the racetrack in front of Stephen Wallace.
And Stephen was getting a push from Travis Kvapil, who's trying to race into the 500.
Hey, it's go time, guys.
And you'll see they almost get into David Rudeman in the 00 car when he goes back up the racetrack.
Yeah, it looks like that possibly. I don't know if Stephen was up against him or pushing him or not, but if he was, that's what got him loose getting in that corner. And that's getting in the corner with somebody right up behind you like that pushing is pretty tough.
It happens this fast.
Yep.
How about the job that Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle did, splitting Stephen Wallace to get
In that 18 car, he's not going to be content to run 4th in this race.
This will not be the way they finish.
2 Chevys, 2 Toyotas, 2 Dodges, 2 Toyotas, a Chevy and a Toyota. But on point, Jeff Burton trying for his first Daytona Speed Week's checkered flag. Clint Boyer locked on to him.
I know Michael and Kyle would like to pull out, but they're afraid to.
2 wide behind them with Brian Keselowski in 5th.
They're going to take a look here, Michael and Kyle. Here they come. They got to run, but they're going to
crash.
Oh, no.
Trevor Bayne is in it along with David Reagan. And Burton will win it over Boyer.
5 1,000ths of a second.
A thrilling finish, but in more ways than one, as they got 3, maybe. Well, here they come in turn 4.
Oh, you see Gordon and Bayne, they already get sideways up there in the middle of a turn 4. Woo. And looked like Jeff kind of ran down on the 21 car.
I mean, Jeff Gordon went from the top to the bottom to not get involved in that wreck. Remember, he's sitting on the outside of the front row for the Daytona 500.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit of damage. I'm not sure if the car didn't clip the wall here when it gets loose. You see here, gets a little bit of right side damage, but then I'm not sure. He was about to wreck. Yeah. Jeff was just about to wreck, and he got down there and got into Trevor Bayne and turned him, and then the 6 car had nothing to do with that, but except slam the outside wall.
Bob Keselowski, longtime journeyman racer from Mount Clemens, Michigan. He has 2 sons. Oh, Kyle Busch.
Speed behind you, wave to 7.
Gets it down on the apron without further contact. Jostling further back, but no other collision.
See what happened here up on the outside. Gets a shove from Michael there in the 15 car. Wrong place, wrong time. Was somebody pushing?
Trouble turn 3.
Big wreck.
Brian Keselowski, David Rudeman, Michael Waltrip, Matt Kenseth,
big
and
wreck.
half the field.
I see about 3 of the Hendrick cars there that's involved.
Mark Martin is there. I see him. There's a Biffle. Jimmy Johnson's laying over there. There's a 24 car. Looks pretty bad.
Brian Vickers limping around. Pow into Michael.
Look at. Nope, didn't make it. Didn't make it.
Brian Keselowski, we just talked about, was involved. That white car up against the wall there.
There's Mark Martin down here, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon. My. Let's see if we can see anything. Well, there's not a whole lot to see. Michael just got into the back of the. Tony Stewart did the same thing to Michael in the Bud shootout. Got into him pretty hard and turned him around right there and got Michael with it.
And Darrell, everybody was going to the apron, but those cars sliding off 31 degrees of banking, that's where they're going to end up.
It's kind of an old saying down here, what goes down must come up. And you try to go around on the outside if you can.
Jimmy Johnson's 48 just barely got into the back of Matt Kenseth to do enough damage to the right front.
The old Aaron Stream machine, she's done.
Marcus Ambrose is going to the garage for repair. Michael Waltrip's car comes steaming toward the garage.
Brian Vickers in the 83 car gets a lot of damage. Marcus Ambrose in the 9.
Look at that, 3 Hendry cars, 24, 48, and 5, all slamming into each other.
Driving for Tommy Baldwin and Al Hankey on, car in the wall, front straightaway. And it is Richardson, Robert Richardson, into the inside wall, coming toward the start-finish line. And that will put us under caution for the 5th time.
Yeah, tied up the corner.
37, Robert Richardson. Oof.
Sure glad they put that safer barrier down along that inside walls.
His car is in harm's way, and look at Stewart. Boy, he got a little bite from the left side from Jamie Mack.
I think these guys have got so many voices in their head. They got so much going on that when the caution comes out, they're not slowing down like normal. That's just, the caution comes out and you bam, you start running into people.
Travis Quapple, who turned Richardson around for the last caution, gets up out of the groove, knocks the Long John and the silver off the right side of his car. And Ryan Newman, watch the 42, the target car. Jamie McMurray behind him. Montoya goes around, and what a save at 200 miles an hour. He drives it onto pit road and to the caution flag.
World class right there.
Winner of the 500, Matt Kenseth, has crashed hard in the tri-oval. He's climbed out of the car. He is okay. He was being bump drafted by Greg Biffle. You're riding with Biffle.
Guy in front of Matt can't pick a lane.
I think Biffle was trying to go down to get him behind Matt and just mistimed it a little bit. Clipped him in the right rear and shot him into the outside wall. And again, see all those styrofoam blocks? That's the safer barrier. Man, that is the greatest thing since interliners and tires.
Again, here's looking back from Joey Logano. Pretty vicious hit. Here it is on our Fox Exmo cam.
And did you see how close he came to taking Montoya out?
Tenth caution flag of this Daytona 500. It comes out with
Matt Kenseth. Trouble on the racetrack.
And it is Montoya crashing along with Greg Biffle. And again, Montoya makes a great save to come down pit road as the caution flag flies for the 11th time today.
For the back, and we were kind of going up through the middle and had some slow cars, and Logano tried to block. And
caution flags in the 500 at 11. Top of your screen, here they come off turn 4.
Well, I think you got to remember something too about that 16 car. It's been wrecked once. And so it's not handling all that great, and Montoya just got into the back of him. And you know, Larry, one thing, and Mike, these guys have been so complimentary of each other. Oh, it wasn't his fault, just racing.
Look at that yellow car of Kurt Busch dive to the inside and escape down pit road, as does Ryan Newman.
So much of that has to do with this fresh asphalt. It has a ton of grip. You can turn that car just dead left straight down pit road.
Fresh grass.
You got me, Trevor?
Oh, trouble.
Yeah, who's this?
Turn 3.
Hey, bud.
Into the wall goes Kozlowski.
They were 3 wide getting in there. I was just about ready that there was going to be trouble in turn 3, and sure enough.
And there's more. Another car involved after
Is that
trying
Regan
to drive
Smith?
out of it, and it's Regan Smith.
I thought it went into the back of Brad. And you know, you just can't say what happened. You don't know if Brad had to lift. You don't know if he was trying to change lanes.
That's what sent Smith to the infield.
He got down there and hit Joey Logano on the 20 that got into the side of Regan Smith in the 78.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty hard lick on that 20 too, Larry. Robbie gets a little contact.
Oh, Tony, big miss right there.
Great job there.
Look at Montoya.
Once again just slips by. When he comes down the hill, this is when he's going to get into the side of the 20 car. Right there.
Look at Stephen Wallace in that 77. What a job.
He missed one.
What a job by him, though.
Yay!
Right here in front. Stay low, stay low, stay low, stay low. Just check up, stay low. Get on the apron, on the apron.
Ah, that sounded pretty hard.
Casey Kane into the wall, and we're told that the defending champion of the 500, Jamie McMurray, is down a cylinder.
Yeah, he went by here sounding really, really bad, really ragged.
Watch the number 4 of Casey Kane. It's like Carl Edwards knew something was wrong. He got off Kane, and Kane went up and into the wall.
Looked like Kane had a tire go down. He just kind of eased up the hill there and smacked the wall.
And Kyle Busch, they're blocked. They can't go anywhere. They can't go anywhere right now because they're 3 wide in front of them.
6 times a driver has scored his first sprint. Oh! Smith gets turned in front of Boyer and Newman and Hamlin.
Keep coming. Caution's out now. Wait them off.
That's because Smith got a little bit of a gap between he and Busch, and Busch slammed into him.
From the blimp. Watch the bottom of your screen, 78-22.
Watch this gap that the 78 gets off the corner here now. Now, Kurt Busch says he's getting he's getting a push from Tony. He slams into, he didn't get hooked up smooth. He slammed into the back of the 78, and that just turned him into the outside wall.
Dave Blaney scoots through.
Hamlin was on the brakes, locking up. He's going to have to come to pit road because he's got flat spotted tires. But that was just from getting a little bit of a gap, and then Tony Stewart got behind Kurt Busch and just pushed him up, and he slammed into the back of Regan Smith in the 78 and turned him in the outside wall.
Left front damage on Hamlin. The nose gone on Boyer's car. Left front damage to Newman. Right side damage to Smith. There you see it. Green flag.
Perfect. Good hesitation. Now if they can get hooked up and push.
And Tony timed it a little better. But can Bobby Labonte get up there to help Tony Stewart, or is he a man alone?
He's in no man's land. I just don't know if he can hang out there.
But look at the 2 Busch brothers, Kurt Busch in the 22 and Kyle Busch in the 18, working the high side.
I'm hearing they're going, oh, we got a car around. Got a car around right
Robbie
there.
Gordon saves it.
But the 6 is being black flagged, passing before the start-finish line.
And a car on the wall.
Newman again.
Ryan Newman hits the wall.
Oh, no, Junior.
Truex and Junior.
Oh, no, and here's Truex.
Caution is out.
Caution is out there, yeah.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., Martin Truex tied up in that one with Ryan Newman. And the caution is out with 2 to go.
Mike,
and here is...
Yeah, let's look at this restart because this is crucial.
Watch the 6 of David Reagan. He is the leader right there on the outside. He must maintain lane position to the start-finish line for this to be a legal start. When he changes lanes, he has violated NASCAR procedure, and he'll get a black flag.
They timed it perfectly. They just went too soon.
Yes.
They just needed to wait a few more seconds. And then back in here, it just gets wadded up.
Tony Stewart was just a sitting duck right there with no help.
He gets in right here, which is good. But here comes Robbie Gordon with a head of steam, and Tony had filled the hole that Robbie was going to try to go in. Robbie almost saves it.
So Gordon's down and off the racetrack. What happens behind them? A.J. Allmendinger got into Ryan Newman, who got into the wall, who collected Truex, came across, and Junior spun.
It's like some drivers were checking up, some were not.
No pressure there anywhere you want to go. Spinning up there, go high, go high. Watch that 7. Oh, he's coming, come back, come on. No caution, come on. Slow, come on. There you go. Hold the brake. We're in, guys.
looked like not Allmendinger, but someone to Newman's right.
Yeah,
Tipped him.
Newman definitely bound to go by. And I think what happened here is they saw the 7 coming back up on the racetrack, and they were trying to make room, and there wasn't any room. And then Junior just got out there, got turned.
Now Kyle Busch has come to pit road. Flag with Bobby Labonte. Here comes Kurt Busch and Juan Montoya. Carl Edwards in 5th.
And we know Kurt Busch and Montoya is going to make a move. DW, when will they make it?
I don't think they're going to make it till turn 4. I mean, we keep hearing about I'm a set and duck when I'm leading this thing. So I guess that makes the 21 a set and duck right now. But we'll see here. That 22 knows how to win from that position. That's where he won the Bud Shootout from.
Edwards and Gilliland down to the inside, trying to.
Where did that 34 come from?
Trying to spoil the party.
Oh my God!
Spoiled the party for Kurt Busch and Montoya in here. They come through turn 4.
Gilliland, former pole sitter of the 500. Edwards has room underneath. Now he pushes Trevor Bayne.
It's over.
Cinderella
Trevor Bayne is going to win the Daytona 500.
Unbelievable.
Happy birthday, Trevor Bayne, 20 years old.
Are you kidding me? What? That was awesome. That was awesome, Trevor. You are the man, buddy. You are the man. Everybody coming inside, congratulating you here. Awesome job.
Saw Leonard Wood down on pit road where he stood in 76 when Pearson won it. The corner, they're going to leave Johnson in their wake.
That's a good thing about that turn 2.
Trouble turn 2. Logano, or is it Robbie Gordon goes around? Robbie Gordon.
You're good.
Hold it right there, buddy.
All good.
Second yellow flag of the day. This one comes at lap 34.
You're good.
That's a 7 car. Oh, he pushes up, gets clipped just a little bit by
That's Ambrose.
and that got him loose. And to keep from running into Joey Logano, he had to spin out. He being the 7 car, Robbie Gordon.
As Regan Smith was last week. Here, if you're the best pusher, everybody's mad at you.
Oh, yeah. And if you push too much, the next thing you're going to hear is caution's out.
But you know, looking at Jeff Gordon in that 24 car.
Oh, Trevor Bayne's in the wall. Oh, my goodness. Last week's Daytona 500 winner in a backup car has a hard bounce off the wall here in Phoenix.
Yeah, this is just what this is the. Well, you never need to wreck a car, but today he just needed a clean race, no matter where he finished.
Front straightaway, watch the white and red car across the line.
He tries to get back in line right there, and there just was not quite enough room.
Travis Quapple, the 38 car, he was trying to squeeze back up in front of.
Now the Wood brothers are not running for points in the Sprint Cup Series. Wonder if they'll try to repair this car as Trevor Bayne's in the fence. Pretty hard.
That'd be pretty hard to repair with that much rear damage. You'd have to have a frame machine to fix.
But now he did not pit, and he's trying to work his way back through this pack of cars with fresh tires, and it's just a logjam.
Yeah, he had that whole group right there, especially Clint Boyer in that 33 car. Look at Edwards. He ran all the way across the rumble.
Trouble, around goes Kane.
Spinning behind you. Nice and easy.
Kevin Harvick in that 29.
Edwards is in the wall. Jeff Gordon, I don't know if Jeff got in the wall or not.
Yes, I don't know how much damage there, Gil.
I believe Jeff Gordon got some damage too. A troll into the dirt. Parts start flying off of his car, and it really just backs a bunch of people up right here. Then Carl gets to the corner, and it won't turn, and he and Jeff Gordon right into the outside retaining wall.
There's the first contact.
By Kyle Busch in the 18.
Wow.
Car went airborne for a second there. And look, parts flying off. It's a brake duct flying off under the 31.
38. Hold on to it here. They're spinning behind you. Nice and easy. All right, coming.
That was was not Casey Kane. It was Kevin Harvick who spun. That's the black car.
Keep coming, come on. They're just stacking up. Come on, come on, come on.
Watch from David Reagan. He got hit by Mark Martin.
Behind you, caution's out. Stay down low, stay down low. Got 2 up high, stay low.
Jeff Burton in the 31, right in the middle of all this. He got into the back of Edwards here.
You know, it looked like the 18 car of Kyle Busch was trying to spin out. And Carl was there, and Carl really straightened the 18 up and paid the price.
As did Jeff Gordon.
What's the 18 car? Well, we're past that now.
Yeah, this is Harvick going around off the bumper of Mark Martin. There's everything backed up. Kurt Busch, Tony Stewart, Marcus Ambrose, Matt Kenseth, Brian Vickers, then Kane, Truex, Biffle, Keselowski, and Hamlin. Here we go. Around goes Vickers.
Oh no, another one.
Low. Watch me, both sides. Come on.
Oh, this is wiping out half the field.
This is a big one on the backstretch at Phoenix.
Look at that.
Brian Vickers got sideways and then was perpendicular to the field. There's his silver car up against the wall.
My goodness.
Jamie McMurray, part of the pileup. Bobby Labonte, after a great Daytona 500 with front end damage.
Let's see if we can
Jeff
see.
Burton,
Look at Burton.
all torn up. Darrell, let's take one look here. Clint Boyer's just gone to the garage.
Here's Brian Vickers out here, and again off turn 2, he gets turned around. Looked like he may have got hit by the 56. Nowhere to go.
All right, we'll sort it out after this. At some of the past Phoenix winners, including Jeff Gordon, who tied Dale Earnhardt's win mark and saluted Dale with that number 3 flag. 13 cars have piled up in the back straightaway at lap 66 here. There is a list of the cars involved, some of whom have already made it back to the garage, some under their own power, some not. Casey Kane, and that's at 6th place.
Oh, car in the wall hard.
And a wreck off of 4.
Off of 4.
David
It's a
Reagan.
6 car.
David Reagan pounds the wall. Caution is out at lap 126.
Blew a right front tire. I mean, I was looking right at it.
And we will not have green flag stops. There's David moving around in the car. He's okay.
Whoa.
Car's on fire.
Thing was
He's
coming off
hustling
turn
out of there.
4, Mike. It just went straight right.
Still hooked to the radio cord, that coiled cord. He'll reach in, pull that loose. Reagan had just gone 1 lap down in 22nd place. It's a vicious hit, Darrell.
Watch this thing, Mike. I was looking right at it because I was trying to see if anybody was going to start making any moves toward pit road. And there it goes, and bam. That is a lick.
There's no question that right front tire was down on that car.
Yeah, no question. Watch it.
In front of you. He's trying to stay out of the way. Got the wall, guys. Got the wall. Tire went down. Caution's out. Caution's out.
Oh. And boy, that's Bill Elliott in the 09 car almost got taken out as well.
Practice. That would be David Reagan in the UPS Ford. He's never had a top 10 qualifying run here, but he was fast in practice.
Somebody asked me, you know, why are we seeing these track records? What have they done? I think it's a combination of things there. It's the nose. It's giving the cars a little bit better balance.
Oh, Reagan loses it.
Oh, no.
And saves it.
Wow.
Oh, goodness.
You got to give him credit. He was going for it.
Sorry about that, guys. Damn, that was fun.
Darrell, he never stopped driving it, and he saved that race car.
Well, he's going to take it easy coming back to the garage, or
You
he'll
can see all the tires are flat.
tear the fenders off that thing with those tires.
You hear the reception he got from Motorhome Row back there.
It's a bouncing just a little bit. And even though it takes this long, he gets high off that corner. Saw the little dust fly behind the rear tires, and then here I thought he was going to nose it in the outside wall. What an amazing job. Brake, you see the tires turning, they're off the brake, on the brake. Really a good car control.
But you know what? A tip of the hat to the racetrack for all of that asphalt in that runoff area back there. If that had been grass, it'd have been Katie bar the door.
Yeah, he just got up too high there and got into that kind of loose stuff. You saw the dust, and then watch him lock the wheels up. Let it off a little back up there. He had to work the brake. Nice job of saving it. It's too high right there.
Yep, you could see the dust flying.
No grip up there. And David Reagan did not post a qualifying time and will start in the back on Sunday.
4
However,
fresh tires needed.
He'll be able to use this race car.
He said it's kind of a double-edged sword. They had made the car
Trouble turn 4, Steve. One car sliding around. It's Robbie Gordon.
Caution's out, turn 4. Caution's out, turn 4. Coming.
You know, the trends of the race says we always
Ends several times this week. You see Robbie way back there in the middle of turn 3 and 4, coming out of 4. Stays in the throttle. That's where all the smoke's coming from. Keeps it from backing up into the fence. Saves it and drives on.
That was right in front of Denny Hamlin.
and right over Digger.
Just
Las Vegas fastest taxi driver this week, Tony Stewart, puts his car in the wind. Watch Matt Kenseth from the bottom.
boy,
Ooh.
good job of hanging on to that bad boy, and nice job by Marcos to miss him.
Yeah, the 9 car just barely got by.
Yikes! Oh my goodness!
Way too close. And right in front of that came the lead change as Tony Stewart stormed around the outside.
Oh my goodness!
Way too close. And right in front of that came the lead change as Tony Stewart stormed around the outside of Montoya. And a smoker, a spin, turn 2, and it's Andy Lally, the sports car champion, who's come over to
Keep going, buddy. You're fine.
try NASCAR this year. As a rookie, he has brought out the second caution of the day.
You know, one
at
thing
lap 15.
One thing I heard some of the guys talk about was these tires. They need a few laps to get heat in them, so you can get going on them with a little bit of comfort.
J.J. Yaley, David Rudeman took the wave around. Rudeman not stopping under this caution, and we're back under green at lap 102.
But Rudeman is in good shape because he had just left the pit, so he basically is almost on equal ground with everybody else. Oh, trouble.
Around goes Kurt.
Come on. Caution's out behind you. Caution's out behind you.
And around goes Casey Kane.
That 22 car, I saw it the last time after a pit stop. They're really evil to drive, and it looked like it's caught up with him this time.
Whoa. Whoa. Amazing nobody has damage.
I think it was David Reagan, the 6, yes, got into the back of
Watch
Kane.
Bain right here.
Whoa!
How did he not hit him?
Heard earlier, between Greg Irwin and Greg Biffle, I don't think the car was full.
I think that's what Greg really knew after that pit stop, Larry, was they didn't get full of fuel, and that's really what had him upset, I think.
So another potential winning race car here, and team have found trouble. First Kyle Busch, who was out of the race with the blown engine, and now Greg Biffle. Car in the wall, turn 2. A hard hit for David Gilliland, who I believe cut down a right front tire.
Terrible timing for what just happened to Greg Biffle. And in fact,
Gilliland's got the wall a little bit there. I'll clear up the back. Watch for debris. He's on fire at the end of the back stretch.
Marcus Ambrose in the 9 had committed to pit road, but was able to get back out before the commit cone.
That car came from the middle of the racetrack hard into the safer barrier near the exit of turn 2.
Right front,
It blew it right front.
And it didn't give no sign of any tire issues at all. Nothing.
After a very vicious hit.
Sitting 10th of the points, had the great run in the Daytona 500 a couple of weeks ago.
Watch this thing back here, Larry. He's down on the bottom of the track, and right back here you'll see him. Bam! Man, that's a hard lick. Good thing the safer barriers there. That's the worst. I can't tell you what that feels like when you know that when that tire goes. It's like somebody hits you in the
final practice, and they are both teammates of our race leader.
Trouble down here. Jeff Gordon in the wall. Turn 4,
hard crash. Turn 4.
He's up high there.
He just, I think he blew a right front tire. It looked like it just.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be harder than that. He come down now too.
That is the 3rd or 4th driver to have a hard hit into the wall after perhaps cutting down a right front tire.
And he said something that drivers have said to me over and over again. These safer barriers, when we hit them, it just doesn't feel that bad. Time something like that happens.
Well, if his car could talk, it wouldn't be singing the same tune.
No, it'd be saying ouchie.
See him coming into the screen right there. Car's just going straight.
Dadgummit, it's right in the middle of the corner. Hard lick.
But Daryl, Mike pointed it out. It's about the 3rd or 4th right front tire that we have failed here. The right front tire at these speeds here, they never get a rest.
Yeah, and if you have any kind of camber issue, a little too much camber in that right front, it's riding on the edge, you're going to have some failures.
And most of the failures have been just before we were going to make green flag pit stops.
Yep.
First caution flag of the day in Bristol, Tennessee. A pileup down the front straightaway and one of those accordion type crashes. Watch the 31 of Jeff Burton slow on the left of your screen. That backs everybody up. Brad Keselowski, David Rudiman in the 0-0 appear to get the worst of it.
See what?
Riding with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Here's the 31 up here, and he's the guy that gets all slowed down and causes these guys to bottleneck and bottle up. And
Good job.
like we say, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Keselowski in the 2, pretty heavily damaged. So is Rudiman. Denny Hamlin in the 11 got some of it. So did Brian Vickers and Jamie McMurray.
I think it goes to show you how quick things happen here. Brian Vickers in that 83 was in turn 4 when all that started, but you get there so quick.
A number of these cars are all going to, the one car gets a lot of contact here from Keselowski's car. Then the 83 gets into the back of Rudiman's car. Levin's up on the outside, and he gets kind of scraped into the left rear here by AJ
Allmendinger, the 43. Denny Hamlin was just trying to get stopped.
That's how fast it happens here at Bristol. We talk about having to make quick decisions. Not even time for that.
I believe that 31 car must have had a tire down or something, because he was just.
Hamlin, his 5 short track wins in the last 14 short track races, caught up in that wreck in lap 28 and is now a lap down. He came in 8th in points. Paul Menard has led 34 laps in this race, the most he's ever led in a Cup race, came in 6th in points. And Greg Biffle started on the front row with Carl Edwards, dropped out of the top 10 as we now have a car in the wall.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon right there in the 7 car. He's one of the guys who only took 2 tires in that one previous stop. Now he's been up toward the front of the field, but he's got the wall right now. And that number 7 car looks like it'd be done for the night.
And now, bring out the 3rd caution. Yep. We were mentioning Biffle, who has 16 career wins, but none of. He's trying to finish in the top 10.
Boy, around goes the 29 of Harvick. He saves it.
It's all behind him.
Loses it. And they all pile up behind him. Trevor Bayne and Montoya, and a big crash as Boyer slams into a stop Jamie McMurray.
That all started when Casey Kane in the 4 got loose off 2 and just log jammed him up.
Corner here.
Yeah, there he is right here. This is Casey coming off a corner over here. Let's see if he gets it. He pushes out. Looks like he thinks he's going to get in the wall. He gets out of the throttle. Mark Martin in the 5 gets into the back of Harvick's 29 car. Everything looks pretty good right here. It looks like everything's going to be fine. But then all of a sudden, these guys that are coming up on this mess, on Harvick down there on the bottom, they start trying to check up, and then they all get into it. The 42 of Montoya, the 21 of Bayne, they got a lot of damage.
Still there. Watch the 4. Watch them. All right, come on, Boo. You're good. It's still good. Still good. I got a record behind you. Caution's out. Caution's out.
Watch it again from this angle. You see the 4 car there, Casey Kane. He just all of a sudden has to get out of the gas because he thinks he's going to hit the wall. Harvick has to avoid him in the 29. Mark Martin in the 5 gets in the back of 29. And then these cats all back in here, they're just all trying to get woed up, but they run over each other.
It just happened so quick here. Kevin Harvick went to half the distance of the back straightaway and almost saved it till he got to turn 3.
But now watch the 33 of Boyer come flying in here after it's almost over. We don't see it in this replay. Now you can ride with Harvick.
Oh, hang on, North. Hang on, North. Hang on, North. Hang on, North. All right, try and get going as best you can there. Hold the brake, hold the brake, hold the brake.
He made Jeff Gordon back up in the 11th spot in that 24 car.
Trouble right here, turn 4.
Travis Quapple around, and he brings out the caution flag. That's the 9th one today.
Yes, sir.
What is it you said?
These cautions seem to breed other cautions.
Flag number 9. Mark Martin was right behind Quapple when it happened.
Printing up special coins. Glenn Wood gave one years ago to John Force, 15-time NHRA champion. He's always carried it with him. Robert Height won Pomona last month in the NHRA with the coin in the car. And when Glenn Wood saw what Jeff Gordon did with Trevor Bayne, he gave Gordon one. Then he won at Phoenix. And guess what? The guy who was reeling in the 18, he got a special one for a special note and gift basket for the Wood Brothers 500 win.
Caution.
Caution for Bobby Labonte, who has pounded the turn 2 wall in his Toyota.
Yeah, that's a
15 to go, and we're under yellow.
Hard lick here.
Watch the blue car coming in from the right,
and it never
sliding
turns.
Up.
It just looks like that's got to be right front tire because it never turned. When you see one hit up the track like that, that's usually a right front tire.
Labonte was 2 laps down at the time.
Oh boy. Well, Larry, what do you think, bud?
Looks as if perhaps the throttle hung, Darrell.
The throttle hung, you see it snaps right there. I got to believe that, I don't know, the brakes were working, that's for sure. You saw the wheels locked up, front wheels locked up there. I'm not sure what happened.
Hamlin has led twice for 21 laps. Johnson twice for 38. Turn 1, Marcus Ambrose hard in the wall. Ambrose scoots away. That car a lot shorter in the back than it was a lap ago.
And Darrell talked earlier, there's no way they would be able to even get gas in that car right now.
Marcos has been stuck on the outside here. I think he gets a little frustrated and tries to come down in front of the 66 car there. And man, now
he was trying to stop it.
His brakes are working good.
Michael McDowell in that 66 just kept pushing. There was no more room for Ambrose to go.
McDowell said, "I saw Kevin Harvick do that last week." Man, what a ride!
You know, Darrell, putting that rear spoiler up in the wind like that, who knows? Might help.
It'll be good until you run out of gas.
This is true.
No gas.
Yeah, the gas hole is closed on that one.
The 4th caution flag of the day. Watch that blue and green, number 71. That's Sadler from Emporia, Virginia. Well, moves himself up to 2nd place. In the wall hard goes Casey Kane.
Hold the brake, buddy.
And Martin Truex.
Hold the brake.
Wow.
That was huge. Look at that car. And you think we're not going fast here?
Martin's all right. Unhooks his cool tube.
Look at that thing.
What a hit. And Casey Kane is moving around in his car.
Martin went over to check on him.
Darrell, that might be the hardest hit I've ever seen at this small a racetrack.
My car, it is demolished.
You think they're not going fast here? Watch this.
I get a feeling something happened to Martin Truex Jr. in that 56 as hard as he was driving it off in that corner.
Sure does.
I mean, he wasn't even able to slow it down, it didn't look like.
I bet well, it's hard to say about brakes, but that looks like a car that lost its brakes.
Let's jump into that for Toyota.
Yeah, he never even slowed down.
We're in it, guys. We're in it. Hold the brake, buddy. Hold the brake. Hold the brake up there. Hold the brake.
Boy, look at him. It's knocked a breath.
And here comes Kyle Busch. Now it's up to him to deal with the outside. Is he going forward or backward?
It's so tempting to get out there. The guy slows down so much on the bottom, and you think, surely I can get by him.
Denny Hamlin.
Kurt Busch hits the curb, and the 22 just drives Bobby Labonte in the 47 in the wall.
Here's a bunch of other cars spinning out and wrecking right behind
Just
them.
drove it in. Sorry.
Logano spins off the bumper of Robbie Gordon.
All right, we got a little right front damage. We're going to have to pit and at least pull the front out here.
Dave Blaney spins around as a lot of them stop to try to avoid this. And have a watch there at Kurt Busch.
Stuck up on the outside. Tough sledding out there. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
3 wide almost, but Brian Vickers got a nose under Kurt Busch, and there's what happened.
I think Vickers also saw Harvick was making it 3 wide going down there into turn 3, and something had to give.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah. that was not going to work.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I explain that.
Let the pictures tell the tale.
Kurt Busch bounces off the.
Pretty nice run here. Close the door.
Newman got into Hamlin just a bit, and that shoved Jimmy Johnson way up the racetrack. It was kind of coincidence contact, but Johnson became the victim, and he slides. Trouble turn 1.
No caution. Keep coming. Keep coming.
Menard and McDowell and Casey Mears. Cautions out.
Did I ever tell you how cautions create more cautions?
Turn 1.
Oh, the 22 gets
the 2 gets Keselowski gets into Menard.
The 2 gets into him. Turns Menard around. Comes McDowell. Casey Mears.
Jamie Maddox.
Stay low.
The first one.
Stay in it. Stay low. Keep taking outside 48. Outside and clear. All clear.
And let's ride with Kevin Harvick.
Check up.
Brad Keselowski into Paul Menard. Dale Jr. is the first of the cars to pit, along with Jamie McMurray, Matt Kenseth, Montoya, Edwards, Smith, Newman, of course, with the flat tire. Kurt Busch, Harvick, and Mark Martin are all on pit road. Everyone else on the lead lap stays out on the track.
That happened on corner entry, so we caught up with it about middle of the corner there, but saw sparks.
That's a hard lick because you are carrying the mail, as you've well noted, driving down in that corner.
Yeah, you're over 200 miles an hour into that turn.
So Gilliland's race ends 40.
Ambrose in the 9, 3 wide into turn 3.
Boy, Ambrose gets, or the wind, which has really picked up and affected these cars in turn 4. Squirreled up Kenseth. He holds second. Ambrose. Then Edwards, Kyle Busch, Menard, and Reagan.
What Boyer did was he got down. I mean, he was right down on the right side of Kenseth over there in 1 and 2. Kenseth had no choice but to let him go. It was almost like he was side drafting off of him. He had him pinned down. Oh, trouble on the back, guys. See cars going around.
3 cars around, mid-stretch. Truex wrecked. Mark Martin wrecked. Regan Smith in the outside wall. Caution at lap 215.
Mark Martin, you see he's
his car. Mark is out. 2 tough weeks in a row for Martin. Coming up from the bottom of your frame, Looks like Truex might have got into Keselowski, but did he have some help?
I don't know if Truex just didn't try to stay off of Keselowski, and the car got loose and shot across the racetrack.
Here's a look from Kevin Harvick.
31 shop track, stay low, it's all good. Stay in it. Stay in it, stay in it.
Not sure.
I think Truex was really, I think he was about to spin out.
From A.J. Allmendinger.
See, Truex, he was trying to stay off the 2 car, and he got loose trying to turn it off of him. I don't believe the 29 had any contact at all.
Boy, what
Another
a close
hard
call for Allmendinger in that 43. And Regan Smith in the 78 just nowhere to go.
And Jamie McMurray in the 1 is going to sneak through here. Whew, and miss it.
Trevor Bayne also did a nice job of getting through that.
As did Dave Blaney, Tony Stewart. He and Michael Waltrip have been nose to tail, and it's worked well as around goes Vickers, and caution waves.
Remember Brian Vickers in '83, he had been hooked up with his teammate Casey Kane in that 4 most of the first part of this race.
Right now, and I think when they make the hookup, when
actually, Kurt Busch in
I
the
see
22
what happened now. Yeah,
got Landon Castle in the 09 sideways.
Oh my gosh! And look at Kansas just squeaked by.
Darrell, there were about 30 drivers coming at him right there.
That was amazing.
Vickers on the inside.
I thought it was when they did the hookup, but you'll see here, 22 car gets Castle loose and just drives him into the side of Vickers' car there in the 83.
How'd Casey Kane get past?
How'd
any of them get past?
The 17 car's got to have a little left rear quarter panel damage, but out of that wreck, that's all we got.
Let's have a look with the Fox Exmo, or extreme slow motion.
Gonna have some damage, obviously a lot of damage to the left front of that 09 car now. But this is amazing that he can turn this car.
Castle and trying to stay
Trouble,
out.
turn 3, Mike, sorry. Cars around everywhere.
3, 4 against the wall and sliding down to the inside. Reagan's in it. Casey Kane, Marcus Ambrose, Trevor Bayne, Brad Keselowski. And a whole lot of dreams just went up in the fence in turn 3. Climb out. And Keselowski may have been bumped by his teammate.
Boy, it sure looked like it.
Think back to that first caution, it was Kurt Busch that got into Landon Castle as well. Boy, Marcus Ambrose in that 9 probably wondered what in the world, where did he come from?
Boy, a bunch of them are wondering that right now.
And he got hit twice. Or Reagan got hit.
Yeah, the 16 there. See the 2 going to the guy, he just clipped him.
And here's David Reagan. Just getting pounded. So at least 5 cars involved. There's Keselowski up and into Ambrose after a hit from Kurt Busch. Trouble on the back straightaway.
Big wreck.
Kyle Busch is against the wall, and other cars are damaged.
Nation.
It was right there on the exit of the corner. Looked like his car was a little bit loose to begin with.
Allmendinger spins.
With the 11 car of Hamlin, great job of missing that.
Here's another look.
You know, that could have been one of those situations where the 18 was closing on the car in front of him there. I think it may have been Menard, and had to get out of the throttle just a teeny bit, and that's what caused the 20 car of Logano to turn him.
And we actually...
Truex 4 wide. Martin Truex may lead this lap. No, he does, and Burton hangs on.
He saved it. I cannot believe.
I don't believe he saves that race car. Thanks to Montoya.
You know why? You know why Ryan Newman can do that? dirt track racing, man. That they get them that crossed up on dirt and save them all the time. Then 42 pounded into him and got him back up in the racetrack. But that is an amazing job of driving. That right there, most guys throw up their head and say, I'm done.
But watch Regan Smith in that black 78 turn straight up the hill. That's why he lost some time, but he's glad he didn't lose a race car.
Around goes a car in the back straightaway, and it's Newman.
Can he save it again?
Yeah,
he did.
And we have no caution.
Oh, yeah, he's got to stop.
Now we'll have one.
Well, he's probably got 4 tires, and you can't drive that thing around that far on 4 flat tires.
Yeah, he's
but
all
keeping that car off the wall, another.
Caution out, caution.
We just got into him just a little bit wrong right there, and it doesn't take a whole lot of just. I know you can shove and push, but you get that wrong angle. Maybe let's rethink that. That looked. I'd like to see that again. Maybe had a tire go down.
But that's definitely the same 2 that was pushing and shoving a couple of laps before when they got into Montoya.
190 miles an hour headed for the inside wall. Ryan Newman locks the brake, unlocks it, gasses it, keeps it off the wall.
Not sure about that left rear. You know, that all that down.
How does he keep this car out of the wall? Again.
I don't know. One had a right front tire. I really believe that in Newman's push.
And they did it early enough, they're able to recover from it.
And they're fighting back. Oh, a car around. And
around goes Blaney.
He saved it. He saved it.
No yellow.
Hey.
Truex and Rudeman, the top 10.
Kurt Busch.
That is the 3rd car to spin off the front bumper of Kurt Busch today. Jeff Gordon.
But here comes the next 2 pair. These 2 cats right here, they may have timed it out too. Let's see what happened here in turn 3.
Don't forget Jimmy Johnson and Dale Jr., 5th and 6th. They are there. Which group will they go with? And will it help the Childress cars, or will it help Jeff Gordon to victory lane?
All bets are off. They get to the middle of the tri-oval.
Watch out, down low.
Way down comes Johnson.
Good run.
He's got room. They're 3 wide. 3 by 3 to the line.
Johnson.
Maybe Jimmy Johnson.
I believe he got him by an inch.
2 1/1000ths of a second he beat Boyer.
Okay, a 1/16 of an inch.
At the wire.
That is just a beautiful thing right there. 2, 4, 6, 8 cars.
So close, we can hardly capture it with our stop motion camera. There's a look at it, and there is the margin. Darrell, this so reminds me of
his lap times and where the other cars are, telling him cars on the outside. There you see Denny get past the 6. But yeah, very calm, at least silent on the radio right now.
He's in 3rd place, 6.9 seconds behind his Joe Gibbs Racing teammate Kyle Busch, the leader.
We got trouble right here.
What in the world happened to Juan Montoya?
I'm going to say that the back of that car met that part out there that it wasn't looking or didn't want to with a little help.
That's a lot of damage to our pole sitter.
Well, let's see how Martin Truex saw that one.
Actually, Newman got a little bit of the wall too. So that Newman, if I'd have been Newman, I'd have given the 42 a little more room, let him slide in. It's not really not that far up, and what a great shot. But you can also see Newman's brakes were glowing a little bit, like he tried to whoa up and couldn't.
That is a tremendous amount of damage to Juan Pablo Montoya, the 42 car. He smacked that wall hard.
Caution is out from debris. Extremely loose race car. This is off turn 4. While trying to hold off Jeff Gordon. We'll show you his next lap off turn 4. And he finally found. Ryan Newman was running 8th. He and Montoya have been feuding since Homestead last November. Remember what Ryan said a little bit ago?
Did you sort things out with the 42 there? I did with the spotter, but he's not very responsive. Well, he tried to crash us, and that ain't going to be cool afterwards. At 10-4. Hopefully NASCAR heard you there, and they'll take care of him there.
Now that transmission was some 40 laps ago. Here's what just happened to bring out the 3rd caution entering turn 3.
You know, remember I told you that a guy that really liked Boys Have At It drove the 42 car? He just sort of had at it right there. Or actually, I think he just had it right there.
Well, if he had it, Ryan Newman got it.
Yeah, that picture right there pretty much tells the tale.
You know, some drivers are like, you run my night, I run yours.
Newman actually, again, did a nice job of staying off the wall with it.
He's about to try to turn down here.
Now, right here, Kurt Busch has said, where is he going?
About as 45 left on your tires. That rubber out helps. All right, look at the nose right here. Look at the nose.
Kurt Busch has been driving with that black cloud over his head.
Harvick and Dale Earnhardt Jr., but he just drove by Jeff Gordon in that 24 car.
Yeah, Larry, I really think he gave back those spots. I don't know if he got a warning or not, but I think he knew that he had beaten 11.
Trouble turn 2. Jimmy Johnson gets into, is that Logano?
I think that's Logano.
Well, it's Logano into the wall. And we're under caution for the 4th time tonight.
Going here, let me get a look at it.
I believe there may have been contact between Joey and the 48.
The 20 turns 1 and 2. 48 pushes up, bam, right into the left rear of the 20 car, and around goes Logano.
Joey was 18th. He was on the lead lap. Jimmy was a lap down. Let's ride with the low Chevy and see what happens here.
Outside.
He just
inside. Clear.
7 laps to go. And Matt Kenseth gets together with Rudiman on the brake. That wasn't pretty. Kane jumps to 2nd. Hamlin to 3rd. Crash, turn 1.
Behind you, 1.
just one car so far.
Yep, Casey Mears.
13 car.
There's the caution.
Yellow is out. Yellow is out.
Jimmy
Surprise,
Johnson,
surprise.
Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson says, dang, should have taken the waiver round.
Spot. Oh, Newman and Martin almost get together. Junior stuck in the middle.
They're going everywhere.
And then several get together here with Casey Mears on the restart.
Clear, you're all clear. All clear.
Marcus was way ahead of it. Paul Menard dove under Casey Mears. Didn't see the contact, but there had to be some somewhere.
Now we saw Ryan Newman in that low prices.
Crash in turn 2 puts us under caution for the 6th time tonight.
Started here, please.
And Brad Keselowski is the car left steaming.
Get it running, please. There you go. Do you have any
When the
right
smoke
foot damage?
clears, here's what happened.
Contact back here with somebody.
Landon Castle.
Yeah, Landon Castle right there. See Landon's car gets loose, starts up the hill, and the 2 car. Keselowski is out there. Not a whole lot you can do about it.
Almost the same thing that happened with Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano just a few laps ago.
Handling and tempers fraying here with a little. Watch the 48 on the inside here. Jimmy Johnson has had a rough night. Got a boost from Casey Mears there.
Oh, you got to see it.
We just had a pile up coming out of turn 4.
Outside.
One more look at this.
Outside.
Bobby Labonte's pretty good.
This is what I was jumping up and down about. Watch the 4 wide right there.
Ambrose and Kurt Busch.
Kurt Busch just pile drived his way right through the middle of that.
Both those cars have been pinballs tonight, and there's a lot of tire rub smoke on Kurt Busch's double deuce.
Yeah, Kurt Busch's bad night just went worse. It's 2 laps down back in the 28th position.
Here is Edwards, the point leader, moving underneath Truex. This is for 3rd.
Trouble down the front here, guys.
Yep, Brad Keselowski spins to bring out a caution.
Brake. Okay, get it started here.
There's the 83 car of Vickers, and Jimmy Johnson says, yikes.
Boy. That's about as close as you can come and not be involved.
I think you have to appreciate what Keselowski did there, Darrell, because if he doesn't turn that car hard left, he takes out Vickers, and maybe several more.
Got her locked down, I can tell you that. Flat in the next.
101 laps to go. Green flag. Carl Edwards jumps away from the fray. And they're 3 wide into the corner with Biffle on the bottom.
Whoa, Kyle Busch in that 18 is on a mission.
Right up the middle with that blue number 18.
He has those 4 fresh tires, and he's going to try to get there while he can.
Yeah, look at Jeff Gordon. Paul Menard, Jeff Gordon, Martin Truex right there. All of them just wadded up.
Gordon in the middle, 3 wide, nowhere to go. Kyle Busch is a rocket. Nobody is running the outside.
Oh, there they go. There
Gordon
they go.
Slammed. Menard, Mark Martin. It's a crash fest in the backstretch.
They couldn't keep doing that, Mike. They just couldn't.
There you go.
Heavy left front damage on Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, that's pretty killed on the left side right there. Matt Kenseth.
For all his strategy, he is wrecked, and you'll see it all from the DirecTV blimp shot.
Oh boy. I mean, when you get to racing like this right here, look at it, 3 wide. That's 3 good drivers, 3 good cars.
Boy, it's like Boyer became the sandwich, the meat and the sandwich between the 17 of Kenseth and the 27 of Menard.
Yeah, and Jeff Gordon slammed that inside wall hard, left driver's side.
And the first contact was Kenseth and Boyer. The 17 and the 33, not here. We're okay until they get kind of nose to tail, and there's just no room.
Well, it almost is like Matt saw that he had some room to move over toward Jeff Gordon, but he didn't take into consideration they were 3 wide behind him.
Daryl, I can't help but think you UPS Logistic, open up, closed up.
Yeah, that door slammed shut, Larry.
But as you watch, see Tony Stewart near the top of the screen, right behind Boyer. Watch him scoot through here. Casey Kane on the inside slams on the brakes to miss Gordon, and Kane gets through. Stewart and a lot of them just thread the needle.
Boy, Gordon almost came back up there and got Harvick in that 29.
You know, Mark Martin got turned around. I'm not sure how much damage he got.
David Rudiman got him in a 0-0.
Yeah, he got a lot of left side damage as well.
Smith and McMurray scoot through.
Bam.
Crash behind you. Crash behind you. Big crash. Big crash. Roll out.
That was from Martin Truex. Let's ride with Harvick.
Still clear. Spin. Stay. Middle. Outside. Woo, good job.
Is that safer barrier down on the inside of that wall back there where Jeff Gordon slammed it?
Back in front of you. Back it down. They're all over the place there.
Wow, Kurt Busch. That went his way.
When you say he drove through it, you're not lying. Watch Jeff Gordon's car as he goes down and hits driver's side down here on the inside wall, and I don't think that's safe for barrier. That was a hard lick right there on that driver's side.
And instead of being able to drive it back, Jeff has climbed from the car, gave the crowd on the backstretch a wave, and is headed for the garage.
That had to hurt. When you hit on the driver's side like that, that's a hard lick.
There are the cars, the major cars involved. And the only 2 prior Darlington winners to start in the top 13 as the 60 goes around.
Caution's out.
Mike Skinner.
Caution's out.
Well, that didn't take long, did it?
No, but you mentioned Denny Hamlin. I asked him before the race, I said, Denny, who has the best car? He said, I do.
I don't know how we did it, but we didn't hit nothing. I'm just going to limp her down here and let's put tires on her here.
That was Ken Schrader.
I believe he got just a little bit of help. I think that might be from the 66 car of Michael McDowell.
Now, earlier, we saw Bobby Labonte underneath Montoya in the 42.
probably got loose. I mean, trying to get past one, he got a little bit loose. I don't think they made contact after looking at that.
Well, they didn't miss it by much as we're under the first caution of the night in Darlington. The sun is not yet set in Darlington, but it is behind clouds, so some of those dark tear-offs coming off the face shields of the drivers. Dale Jr., Kevin Harvick, as we get ready to restart next time by. Here, UPS logistics of the race. Catch and release. The efficient way to race here is to catch your opponent on the straightaway or on the turn, pass and release on the straightaway.
Now, it's not the pits, it's getting on the pit road here at Darlington. Pit stops are critical every week, but here it's quite the challenge just getting on the pit road, especially under green.
They're by a second and a half. And a car in the wall, it is David Gilliland. Caution's out at lap 74. And that happened right in front of the leader.
Got a right front tire down. I'm not sure if that's what caused this or not. I have to take a look at it and see, but another right front tire looks like flat.
Third caution of the night. The first for Mike Skinner's spin, then J.J. Yaley's engine, and now look way up at the top of the frame as Gilliland comes into view here.
Yeah, and he's in it pretty early. Never was able to make the turn. Makes me think that tire was soft.
And here's the leader, Casey Kane, right behind him.
Darrell, once this wall gets you, it just won't let you go, will it?
It's like a magnet. The lady in black gets a hold of him. She says, "He ain't leaving me tonight."
And Casey Kane is all over him for the front spot as Montoya and Johnson are side by side for sixth.
I know one thing. I watched everybody.
Whoa, Johnson! Did they make contact? Johnson spins.
Hang on to it, man.
Caution.
Guys. Hold on to it. He hit. Did somebody tell me what I did wrong there? Not the man outside. Let's just roll. We hit anything, please. No, I did not, but I have flat spotted tires. I should probably.
He and Montoya were very close. Let's see how close.
Look at this. I was just going to say, do you think, Larry, that guys are racing Montoya, giving him a little extra room tonight? Now, right there, Johnson made a little dive. It was just what happens off the corner. Did Montoya give him enough room right here? Montoya was trying to make the crossover. They made contact.
Yeah, he didn't quite complete the crossover. Jeff Gordon in that 24, Johnson's teammate, just barely slides through there.
He was anticipating that was going to happen.
And then he was committed.
And then that better be.
And you see the paint mark and the left corner askew on Johnson's car as the result of the contact, and around he goes. Matt is in Montoya's pit.
Juan Pablo told
about a dozen or so laps ago, took his car into the garage area. Now here's Keselowski and Menard. With Menard going around. Now Jimmy Johnson is his pit. Here comes a sliding Paul Menard, and the crew goes right to work.
His stripes and the people who are wearing most of them are trailing this man.
That's true. Carl Edwards out in front by 1.8 seconds.
Caution.
Still out.
Jimmy Johnson, 48.
48's resting on the apron off of 4. Keep it rolling.
Johnson trying to
outside.
Hold as much speed as possible to the caution flag.
Keep the fenders on it.
Look at that wheel shaking. The tires are flat.
The caution that Kyle Busch wanted to see. We were about 8 to 10 laps from green flag pit stops. Just up high and started spinning before even got even close to the middle of turn 4.
There is just so little room up there. I can't believe there's just hardly any room for error right up next to that wall off that corner.
Here it is.
Hang on to that thing, man. Coming to your outside there. Hang on to it. Caution's out. Keep it rolling, man. Keep it rolling. Leader's coming off the 4.
I don't know anyone in this business that controls a car that's completely sideways like Jimmy Johnson does.
Well, what he wants to do is fly up through there right now early and catch Brian Vickers in the 83 and Martin Truex Jr.
And there's Vickers.
Hang on,
there's Reagan.
Lock it down.
What's going on
let
here?
Let it roll. I'm going to get 4 tires, a little bit of front end damage.
Look at the whole left side of the 83 car is gone. I mean, it's just ripped off, hanging on by a thread there.
Like he was hit with a can opener. Vickers saying he caught him in the left rear.
I mean, like this. It's a perfect Darlington car.
Well, here's what happened. Now, Martin Truex is the free pass position car, the 56, the Napa car. Vickers trying to get there, gets into Reagan instead. Oh, boy.
Right here is where he rips the side out of that thing.
All that blue foam, if you remember, Jeff Hammond in the pre-race talked about that energy absorbent foam in the left and right side. That's what you saw flying out of there.
Want to ride with David Reagan?
I've never seen a car do that, I don't think.
And
neither had he.
I wonder if you would you have any spare foam in your pit box in your crash cart?
I know where some's at. Jeff Hammond, get it out of the cutaway car.
I mean, how many times would you have to replace the foam inside your door?
That may not be something that they have spare.
I don't think so. I believe that's going to the garage.
And that's where Vickers is headed, to the garage area. And it's the NASCAR. Well, here's another look from the DirecTV blimp. Left of your screen.
Vickers just got such a great run in that 83 versus Reagan in the 6.
Yeah, Reagan probably had to pedal it a little bit coming up off that corner. Got a big push in it. When you do, here comes the other guy, and there comes Vickers a whole lot faster.
Race smart, race the racetrack.
Guys, this racetrack is getting some speed. We got trouble here with Joey Logano in the 20 on the front stretch.
Almost saved it, but he got into the wall with the left front hard, and we are under caution again. And his teammate, Kyle Busch, gets the free pass.
That was why they elected to come in and work on the car earlier, because they knew they'd probably get themselves in this position.
Now, Joey Logano, he had worked his way to the top 10, but he was one of about 6 drivers that elected to come to pit road. 6 drivers that elected to come to pit road that last caution.
The left rear corner of that car. Wondered if he had some help or what happened. Let's see here.
He's down under Marcos here in the 9. He makes contact right there.
How many times have we seen that tonight?
Yeah, it just gets out from under him. He tries to get off of the 9. He can't. Gets out from under him, and he makes heavy contact right there.
There's 2 that contact twice.
I tell you,
Logano going around. Wheels are locked. Oh.
A lot of people have bounced off of Marcos tonight. Not of his own making.
Nope.
There have been people all over him, but he's been able to survive pretty well.
Hamlin's view.
Keep going. No caution. No caution. Keep going.
I think that's about the 3rd one that.
And Tony Stewart's pit stop was planned. They made a minor chassis adjustment to it. That's Luke Patterson with the gas. They waited for all the gas to get in. Steve with the 5.
Smoke out of the back of the 5 car of Mark Martin. Ironically, he had just said, I'm trying to baby it, trying not to use it up, being very careful, but he is headed to his pit box. Saw the smoke trailing out of the 5.
Yeah, Steve, I was watching him, and he just goes into turn 3 here, down on the bottom, and the car just takes off, slams that outside wall hard right there. Made heavy contact with the outside wall.
Caution is out for debris at lap 279. New as we get ready for the restart, and behind him, Casey Kane, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman, Kyle Busch, Jeff Gordon, all with fresh tires. Here they come for the green with 5 laps to go.
Regan spun the tires a little bit, but he's going to get away with it because Keselowski's not going at all.
And Keselowski in the 2 somewhat held Carl Edwards up in the 99 there on the outside, but Edwards is going to make a run for 3rd.
Here he comes. He's got a good run down the back. There should be a lot of contact as we head down this back straightaway.
Kyle Busch way on the inside picks up a spot. Harvick drops 1. Edwards to 2nd on fresh tires.
4 to go this time.
4 to go and 3
wide. Boyer in the wall. Hard
wreck.
He stays out.
More wrecks down here. Turn 4. Big wreck.
Harvick in trouble.
Keep going. We can hit a damn thing.
3 of the 4 Childress cars in trouble in the closing laps. Boyer's car, the front end destroyed. They see it from our DirecTV blimp.
You see them back here. They get all bottled up off turn 4. 3 wide right there. Lots of contact. Boyer gets into the side of his teammate Harvick.
You can see the 18 and the 29 hit again there, and Kyle Busch just goes dead left and pretty much hooks Kevin Harvick in the 29.
Fix up. Boyer shot down into the inside wall. Inside. 39's inside. Inside. He's up here now. Inside. Very low. Inside, 33's inside here. He's overheating inside, middle. Oh, we just got spun. 18. Hold her straight. Keep going. We can hit a damn thing.
Now let's ride with Jeff Gordon through this.
Down here. Middle three. Clear high, 1 down low, keep coming. Bam. Corner, watch this, get down. 1 down low, you're clear. Clear high, get on the track. Corner, clear.
And then on Kevin Harvick. For his first Sprint Cup victory, Carl Edwards trying to deny him from the outside of the front row. Then Keselowski, Stewart, Kane, and Hamlin. Green flag, 2 to go.
Boy, I tell you, that 2 car gets up in there. That's going to mess with Carl a little bit. But Carl should be able to get the steam up the outside.
Regan Smith in that 78 gets a good run through 1 and 2. Actually pulls away from Carl Edwards down the backstretch.
Stewart loses a bit of ground and loses 2 spots. It is Smith into turn 3. Edwards has the grip, and here he comes to the white flag. Regan Smith 1 lap away. Paul Menard blowing up in the back of the pack. White flag.
Can he do it? Can he hold him off?
No matter what, we've got a race now. They'll race it back if we don't get a caution.
Boy, Regan got off to the turn 2.
Oh, he hits the wall.
He's all right. He's okay. He got off there great.
But Edwards didn't jump inside.
They're all wrecking behind him, but it's okay. Can he hold him off? 1 more corner.
Here we come to the flag. Regan Smith looking for his first Sprint Cup win. Edwards 2 car lengths back. Smith gets the flag, and this time he'll get to keep it.
How about that?
I love you guys, man. That's awesome.
Wow.
That's awesome. Yes.
What a call.
You're the man, buddy. Nice job today, buddy. Thank you very much. Wow. Nice job.
A single car team racing out of Denver, Colorado. And Harvick and Busch.
He's after him.
Yeah, this has just started now.
Kyle says, you're going to have to. This ain't going to happen too good.
There was a pass, there was contact, and then as Boyer went into the fence, Kyle Busch came and turned Kevin Harvick around.
And we know Harvick is he plays rough, especially when the race is over with. I've seen him climb over people's cars to get to him.
We've got cars overheated. We've got drivers overheated.
And we got wrecked cars. And
Bobby Labonte crashed on the final lap. Harvick looking in his mirror. Shuts the switches off.
Something's going to have to give here, boys.
We thought it could be Newman and Montoya. Turns out it's Harvick and Busch. And they are still stopped way up at the turn 4 end of pit road as Regan Smith does his victory lap. And Harvick's going to put the steering wheel back on.
I think Harvick was getting ready to hop out of that thing. I think somebody must have gotten to him. No,
nope, wheels off again. Here it comes.
I'm going back here, and we're going to have a little talk. And there goes his car. That car just took off.
Full office. There was a crash in the backstretch on the last lap.
Pretty big, too. I mean, there were a lot of cars, the 9, the 47, both.
And Kyle got a piece of that as he tried to pass Ambrose.
Boy, Bobby Labonte in that 47, a lot of damage.
He'd had a great race all night long. Car didn't have a scratch on it.
Well, Ambrose and Labonte were 11th and 12th when that happened. And here is the finish. Boy, we thought on new tires Carl Edwards had the measure of Regan Smith, but he could not get in clean air, could he?
Regan could just...
Good lap. Blaney's in 23-22. He beats Stremme by 4 1/100ths. He's in the show.
You're right now, the go homers they're outside looking in, not locked out yet, but we. Whoa, no!
Hold on.
Oh! I was holding my breath. I don't know if you could hear it at home, but then, when you spin at Dover and don't do anything, it's a miracle.
Like Darrell Wallace did yesterday.
Yes, he did. Darrell Wallace.
Bad luck for the Connecticut kid in Dover. Joey Logano was running 4th. He finished top 10 in both Dover races last year. And coming up off turn 2, the car gets away from it.
That's what this racetrack will do to you. If your car's a little bit loose, you're coming up out of that hole. Right there, you're coming up out of the turn, up on the straightaway. Car gets a little bit light.
Say hi, say hi.
Now she goes. Dirt car coming out of there.
Logano was running 4th. Tires blowing out as they slide across.
Look at all that rubber. Those tires are.
Stopped his car 2 inches before the start finish line, and Truex went by toward his pit and led that lap.
About that much. But we cycled through those set of green flag pit stops in about 4 to 5 laps because Jimmy Johnson, 05 time, he's back to the lead.
Now let's show you what happened that caused David Reagan to spin at the entrance to Pit Nut Road. He was 11th. And there's Casey Mears coming in, just barely making it, and Reagan with a pretty good head of steam. Yeah. Around he goes.
That was it. Oh, that's a hard lick.
Actually hit that guardrail.
What happened there was the transition off of the banking got the car loose. You see him come down right here, and all of a sudden when he comes off there, the banking on the flat, it gets the car loose. And this is hard contact, Larry.
Yes, it is. And he was running 11th. Now he's back there 1 lap down.
You want to carry as much speed as you can right to that commit line. And then coming around, as we said, Jamie Mack had an anxious moment, as did Tony Stewart trying to get to pit road.
And that cost those 2 drivers quite a bit of
he's
front end damage.
He's looking for a place to hide here because he's got trouble.
4,500 this time.
And he'll come to the pits. Let's show you why from Greg Biffle's onboard camera.
Now, you need to behind Jamie.
I think you talked about that, Mike. Montoya.
He was trying to get up and out of the way with a problem, and he couldn't get out of Menard's way.
Coming up out of the hole. And that's where the car gets really good.
Oh, trouble. Turn 4.
Montoya's
right
around.
in front of the leaders, too.
Come on. Hold the brake.
Oh, man, it's a good thing he held the brake.
Hold the brake.
That will bring the caution out for the 6th time.
You're there. You can easily keep it.
Juan Pablo Montoya, turn 4. Just in front of the leaders.
He's got an incredible amount of damage to the right rear of this car, and these cars depend on that right side for air and everything else, and he doesn't have anything there to hold him, and he's been really struggling to hang on to this thing for the last several laps. But here's where he does something really, I mean, the spotter's telling him hold the brake, but look what happened if he hadn't held the brake right here. Look who he would have taken out.
Boom.
that was looking that way.
Opening kickoff. David Reagan, A.J. Allmendinger. Pace car is in. And Reagan, second generation driver from Georgia, brings him to the line. Green flag, we're racing.
Boy, Brett Keselowski immediately gave a shot to A.J. Allmendinger and get him going. Whoa, Menard, bad loose down there in the middle of one.
3 wide off turn 2 already. Marcus trying to stick his nose between Keselowski and Truex.
And he brings the 9 up high. Behind Keselowski, 2x2 into the corner with Reagan well out front. He will lead the first lap.
Yeah, Menard his car was really loose down in turn 1, but he's coming back now. We know he's fast.
Tony Raines bounced off the wall, but continues. Well, it's no one-groove racetrack. They're 2 and 3 wide all the way back.
Yeah, this track is just really, really slick, and we got trouble. Turn 1, the car. Hard lick.
Landon Castle down to the bottom of the racetrack, and Derek Cope's car.
He just wanted to go straight.
Cope heavily damaged and slides into the mud in the infield.
Right away.
Boy, that 64 car of Cope rammed into 09 of Castle. I mean, he just hit him running wide open. That was a big hit.
Look, though, Darrell, Landon Castle's when the net's down, that means Landon's okay, or was able to lower the net himself. And the main part of the contact was to that left rear tire area. You can see just ahead of the tire, the door was still in pretty good shape, but man, that was scary looking. Derek Cope didn't have anywhere to go.
No, it wasn't Derek's fault. It came right up in front of him. Castle came right up in front of him.
Now, this happened back at about 22nd place, way deep in the field. Let's show you what happened.
I believe something happened to the 09 because you'll see him.
Look at there, left rear tire.
You see he's got the smoke and
that's the left rear
tires
blow all
down.
to pieces.
And he's sideways getting in the corner. And now just hang on here because this is going to get big and ugly.
Check out that camera angle. Great work, guys.
And watch this thing when it goes back up the hill. Here you think he's going to stay down. You think he's going to stay down. Go high, go high, go high. One made it. Bam!
Oh,
one
what
didn't.
a lick in the driver's door. On our Fox Exmo Extreme Slow-Mo Cam, both drivers have climbed from their cars. They are both okay.
Look at that rear spring bouncing through the air.
But that's just that's an incredible hit to the left rear of the 09 car.
These cars are amazing. The way you can run into each other and walk away. We just said both drivers are out. They walked away. I can't believe it. What an impact.
Landon Castle was 19th at the time of this crash that's put us under caution at lap 3 of the sprint showdown. Finch took delivery of a beautifully restored 67 Chevelle this weekend and is parading it around the coach lot. The Napa car of Truex got 2 tires, so did Ambrose, Logano, and Burton. Bobby Labonte got 2 and way to the inside for the lead. Bad Brad. How about that?
Well, he timed it perfectly, and he's been running up there and pushing people on every restart. He just pushed himself to the lead that time. We'll find out if clean air means anything.
Wow, what a restart that was.
And David Reagan wakes up in second. 3 wide. The Dinger, Ambrose, and Casey Mears.
4 new tires and nowhere to go.
Mike that stayed out. Looks like that right front tire is blown, but we haven't seen any problems with the tires here.
No, you're right, Michael. He was the last car not to pit at the halftime break.
What do you think about the dominance of that 2 car over here last year with Kurt Busch at the wheel? And here this thing is running, it's looking pretty stout right here tonight.
What we do now, Darrell? Come get some tires or stay out?
No, man, you made your bed. Got to lay in it.
I bet you Dale Jr. might think about coming to get some tires.
Well, now, there might be somebody like him, but the guys up front, I think they got what they got.
There is Stremme, who was running 17th, up and into the wall just ahead of Todd Bodine.
He's up against that wall, and I think he's just holding it there, Mike, because he knows there's cars coming behind him. He doesn't want to come down in front of anybody.
Let's check with the leaders pit. Steve?
Brett Keselowski just said that start was really cool. That was fun. But he also said my car is really tight in the center as soon as that caution flew.
Now, did you not mention a second ago that a caution would be very helpful to some of these guys?
You know who it's mostly helpful to? Us. This is going to be crazy to pay his team back here and have a restart like Brad put on him. He's in position to do it.
Keselowski, Menard, Reagan, Truex, Logano, Burton. Who's going to win it? Green flag.
Oh. Man, Burton just got into the back of Truex. Got him a little slideways.
Logano tried to stick his nose in there. He gets up into Menard.
Oh, we got
Digger gets into him, and away they go. Around goes Vickers.
No caution yet.
Caution's out. Inside. Caution's out.
Boy, that was aggressive.
You know what I call that? UGLY. And there ain't nobody got an alibi for that one.
Sure, we're flat spotted, RP.
He got into the side of the 2-car a little bit, and here comes Joey Logano saying, excuse me, pardon me, coming through.
There's a hole there.
I'll make one. I'll make another one.
There is now. And up they went, and not sure how Brian Vickers got turned around, but he did.
Burton crowded him down on the apron.
Okay.
Burton crowded Vickers down on the apron.
4 wide.
For a minute. This is when you say, you all right? Caution's out.
Look at AJ.
Now watch the 31 car turn down right there into the Vickers car and put him on the apron and spun him out.
Look at Logano. He's just acting like Paul Menard isn't even there. And, you know, we talked about those 4 tires that one guy has, 43, AJ Allmendinger. Look where he comes out of this crash in.
He's happy man.
However, since caution laps don't count, we're going to revert to the restart order we had on the last restart. We didn't complete a lap.
And yow butts and oh by the ways. And
there's Brian Vickers. And watch the black and yellow cat car.
He just turns down like he's not there.
And he's lucky he didn't get crashed. Just Brian spins around.
Well, we're going to see a little bit of thread the needle here.
This ought to be fun to watch. From up. Let's go racing in the All-Star race, boys.
We talked about the restarts, and Darrell, we saw right there, Clint Boyer couldn't get going. That's going to be the key at the end of this race, making sure you can get a good start. Clint's 0 for 1 on that.
I've never seen anybody that can restart the way that 18 car does. He is awesome.
Busch, Biffle, Boyer. 3-car breakaway.
Got to watch these early laps because these cars get a little bit pushy on the low air pressure, and it takes a couple of laps for them to settle in.
Edwards 4th, Mark Martin 5th, then Stewart.
See Jamie McMurray down on the fence.
$1 million at the finish. Carl Edwards brings him down. Green flag.
Carl was ready.
Denny Hamlin jumps to the outside. Oh. Very wide.
Oh, Biff. Hold her down, bud. Man, that was almost big.
Jimmy Johnson takes advantage. He's 3rd. Alongside Casey Kane for 2nd. Here comes 5-time in the number 5.
He's a big mover tonight. He's got a fast car.
Kyle Busch 4th. Greg Biffle in 5th. Regan Smith up for 6th against the 17 of Kenseth.
Oh, we got a gaggle. A little bit of a problem right here, getting awfully tight. He knows they'll be coming.
Oh, in the wall, Casey Kane. There might have been contact from Biffle, but Kane's in the fence. Yellow is out.
All right, bud.
What a shame.
He had a great drive going tonight.
Yeah, and Biffle's having a hard time handling the bottom of it, turns 1 and 2. Well, look down in there at Biffle's rotors, Mike.
Tire went down.
He doesn't think Biffle had anything to do with it, maybe.
Let's see if there's any contact or if Biffle get down under him. And
Biffle's all over him.
Oh, I don't know. That's kind of a hard one to say. But
we couldn't tell from that angle.
No. It's hard to say if Biffle got into him or if the right rear. I mean, he seemed to think a tire was going down. But he may not know how close Greg Biffle was to him either.
Yeah, 6-4. Keep coming. Caution's out, back or down.
I mean, you almost have to think Biffle hit him.
I mean, that's what it looked like.
There's a little mark on the left rear corner of Casey's car, but the angle's not conclusive.
I think getting in, I think it's almost that bump draft thing I was talking about. You can push a guy in a straight line, but you got to get off of him or you'll turn him around when you get to the corner. That could be what happened there. We just got to get a better look at it.
Mark Martin, this segment is 20 laps. It'll take us to lap 90.
Whoa, Carl spun the heck out of his tires. and he couldn't get going. And, man, look what it did.
Jeff Gordon was on the move, realized he couldn't clear Kyle Busch, and eased it off into the corner.
Remember I told you when we started I need to work on my restarts? That was going to be the key.
Man, but we got to give Carl some left side tires eventually, Darrell.
Well, I think that was what was wrong. Those tires had got a bunch of buildup on them. He didn't clean them up enough. That thing would not go when they dropped the green flag.
Kyle Busch started on the restart up high, and he is gone. Gordon, Edwards, Biffle, Stewart. Biffle up high. Stewart on the bottom.
Biffle's car will not stay down going into one. When he drives that thing in there and tries to go low, it shoots up the racetrack.
Oh,
Regan Smith.
Regan Smith into the outside wall.
Hang on to it. Hang on.
Hold it. Caution's out.
Hang on, buddy. Don't hit that inside.
Just kissed it.
I think it's okay. No damage to the right side.
Yeah.
I think he's all right.
But he can't see. The cockpit's full of smoke.
We sure can't see him.
That was a wild ride.
First All-Star appearance for Regan Smith, who won at Darlington.
Got that left front.
Furniture Row Racing into the All-Star event.
Got that left front bent in just a little bit, Darrell.
Yeah. Did he get a little hip there?
Hard to say.
Let's see if we can get a shot of him. Here we go. Here we go.
We might have had a little help there.
I gotta think he might have had a little help there.
Matt Kenseth.
Sure did look mighty close. He might be just like Greg Biffle was, though. Never touched him.
Real fortunate to spin off too and not wind up in that inside wall. He just barely clipped it.
Darrell, when we come back here in a week for the 600, we may once again hear those once familiar words. He took the air off my spoiler.
It sure looks like it. But, Mike, you're going to run your car a whole lot different tonight than you're going to run it for 600 miles. You're going to have it on the edge.
And you're also going to have a lot of leg in it.
Yeah, it's going to be leg in it, yeah.
Let's have a look at Matt Kenseth's car. 10 green flag laps, $1 million to win it. Carl Edwards gets a little bit of a jump, and it's on.
So does Greg Biffle, man. He is right there. Boy, this is where Greg has had a hard time keeping his car on the bottom, but he does it this time.
Kyle Busch hangs tough on the outside, runs good through 1 and 2, and is
got the momentum. Biffle likes that bottom if he can hold it. Can he hold it? No, he's going to have to get out of the gas a little bit. Kyle's going to clear him.
Edwards, Busch, Biffle, and Rudeman, the front four.
I tell you, that 99 is so stout tonight, though. Man, he can just go where he wants to. He's got his right front is all jacked up in the air.
Now watch Kurt Busch into the wall, and below, watch Jimmy Johnson and Mark Martin get together.
Yeah, Jimmy tried to get away from the 20.
Here he comes.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, boy.
He just tore his car all to pieces. He hit this manhole down there. He tore it up.
Sorry about that.
He tore the whole front off of it. He was going to do a Matt Kenseth. He didn't know there was a manhole down there.
You can get behind that show car over there on pit road.
I don't think
that's going to happen.
He's going to get behind a record. What he's going to get behind.
That is awesome.
Gosh.
He didn't make one mistake all night long. Till then.
He just didn't. There's a man cover down there. I think there's a cover down there that he hit.
In your words, dadgum cars tore all the pieces.
Dadgum cars tore all the pieces, Mike.
Here we go. $1 million backflip.
But at least he made it down here. He's got to be sick about his car, though, because I bet they were going to use that thing next week.
They can fix it now.
Carl Edwards becomes the 8th different winner of the Sprint All-Star race in the last 8 years, and he wants to go celebrate with the fans.
Like he had planned, but watch this, Mike. I mean, this was a good idea. He was going to come down through the grass and do a little sliding, but what he didn't realize is somewhere right along in there.
Look at tore the whole front end off.
Well, the car about turned over. That's crazy, man.
Checkers and wreckers for Carl Edwards.
I did an incredible amount of damage to that race car. I wonder what Carl's thinking right along then.
Oops.
Oops.
You know, I bet he's thinking Jack's not going to be happy about this.
Oh, man.
That's a shame. I feel sorry for him in that situation.
Look at all the water running out of the radiator. Busted that.
Here he goes. Ooh.
Closed his eyes.
And
you see that?
I bet he said, what in the world just happened?
I messed up the car, guys. Sorry about that.
This part turned out all right. Nice form. Good landing. That's a 10.
Stuck the landing.
His takeoff was terrible.
Amazingly low price when you carry out.
Second caution of the day in Charlotte. Bobby Labonte has spun at turn number 4. Nobody else involved, but it was close. Second caution of the day.
The thing just steps right out. I mean, you can see it's loose, 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 and he can't get it back.
You could see it leaving black marks as he was sliding.
Staying in the gas, that's what you do. You stay in the gas, keep it off the wall, and you lock it down and hope nobody hits you. It's a little dicey when you see this orange 20 car coming here.
Yeah, Joey Logano wasn't sure what was going on exactly, I think.
Neither was Digger.
Craig Biffle will get the free pass. Here it is in our Exmo Extreme Slow Motion Cam. Locked down.
Here's
cockpit full of smoke.
About. Yeah.
That's when you're looking out that left window when you're spinning like that, saying, "Oh no!" Logano was able to miss him.
Reagan, the top 10. Green flag with 24 lead lap cars, the first 12 of which did not pit on that caution.
Got another car smoking back here in the back. May very well be from contact.
Oh yeah, Casey Mears.
Yeah,
lost the left rear.
You can see the left rear quarter panel all in against the left rear tire of Casey Mears.
Inevitably, he's throwing debris everywhere. The left rear quarter panel's coming off. That's another caution.
Okay, jack up at left side.
Quarter panel, quarter window, quarter everything.
Caution's out.
You know, over here, inevitably, we have cars that get run over and get run into on a restart.
I believe there was contact from Landon Castles. 09. Let's have a look.
Right up on him, right up on him. And you see the 24 slows, the 20 can't go, and the accordion's back. To Landon Castle in the 09, he gets in the left rear of Casey Mears in the 13.
For the second time tonight, Joey Logano is the recipient of the free pass. Here comes Kurt Busch looking to the inside, and Stewart came down and cut him off.
Yeah, Kurt Busch in the 22 was trying to make it 3 wide. You can see gets real loose by A.J. Allmendinger in the 43 through 4.
Larry, Kurt Busch made it 3 wide last time down into 1. That's what I was talking about. He's trying to get he lost a couple of spots trying to get them back.
Menard in the wall, turn 2.
He's going to come down right in front of
everybody, and they're going to miss him.
Caution is out.
No, we got a pilot back here.
Martin Truex.
There's the 27 cars down on the apron. Menard, you got Truex crashed. These guys ran over each other after the spin.
All right, let's show you. There's Paul Menard. Let's show you what happens here.
He gets in here. Car, you saw it bobble just a little bit getting in the turn. Goes up. What goes up must come down.
Look at Kurt Busch in the 22 just got by.
And David Starr.
See this?
Yep. Brian Vickers got in the back of Truex.
Yeah, they ran over each other after the spin.
Wow. Matt, what happened there?
Menard simply said on the radio to his team, Mike, he apologized, he lost it, he tried to run the top.
Yeah, he just went in a little high down there, Matt, and the back end got out just ever so slightly, and he couldn't catch it, and around it went.
And Mike, just like earlier, those 15 drivers that took the wave around paid off.
Yes, it did, because most of them got back on the lead lap, and all of them got one of their laps back. And that takes a couple of good cars from the race, including Truex. Martin right alongside Brian Vickers in the 83. Car hit the wall. David Starr off turn 4 in the 95. And the caution waves.
Killed that.
Yeah. Pit road, but let him look at it. Nah, they just take it to the garage. It's killed. I can see it.
We got a lot to look at while this caution's out, guys, because that restart was crazy.
Here's the restart. Watch what happens from the 6 car on back on the inside.
6 car doesn't go. Hamlin tries to look under him. Here comes Dale Jr. Hamlin says, oops, I didn't know you were there.
And the 5 Mark backs into Logano just a bit.
Yeah, Logano gets into Mark. Then Mark comes off at turn 4. Gets hit again, or he hits someone.
Gets into Gilliland.
Then he gets pushed down.
Gets into Stenhouse.
He was just trying to get out of the way.
He looked like, and then right here he gets it again. I mean, he looked like a ping pong ball in there bouncing around.
Now here's why the caution's out. David Starr, veteran of the Truck Series in the 95.
I think.
Oh boy.
Might have been a tad of contact there, boys.
Casey Kane in the 4.
And Starr starting his very first Sprint Cup race up and into the wall.
And he was doing a nice job. You know why? Because I don't know that we've said a word about him. So I think that tells you when he's in your first start and he hadn't been talked about much, but that's unfortunate for that team.
Yeah, when he qualified for this race the other night, I've not seen a lot of victory lane celebrations quite that ecstatic.
He was a happy camper. So many times those kind of accidents, so, you know,
Stark's got a great run through the middle of 3 and 4 down the front stretch.
Oh, trouble right here, guys. Front straightaway. Around goes the 09.
Landon Castle goes for a big slide in the grass.
Hold the brake, hold the brake, hold the brake, hold the brake.
Caution is out.
Guys, be ready.
Oh.
I'm pulling up bad. What the hell is just running?
Kind of like Carl Edwards doing his victory slide last Saturday night in the All-Star race. There are no storm drains, manhole covers, or anything that would impede your run through the grass. You just hit a dip, and like Landon Castle, the whole front end comes off the car.
but it's not putting green smooth either.
No.
I mean, those dips are what got Carl. Regan sees an opportunity to get down under him, and I think that the 09 of Castle is going to come down right into the nose of Regan Smith, and that's what turned him around and sends him down through the grass.
Yeah, Regan Smith in the 78 kept moving down, trying to avoid it.
Yeah, you got to give the guy room right there.
He slid all the way through. Now, that obviously destroyed the front end of that car there. He never hit nothing till he got down here going off into turn 1. But it was destroyed pretty much just through the grass.
He's trying to drive out of it right here. He says, okay, I'll let off the brake, let off the brake.
There's a better look at the contact. Well, he's in the gas all the way to here.
Yeah.
Wow.
She went airborne. When she landed, it landed right on the nose.
Not going to steer too well at this point.
Boom.
Here's from our Fox Exmo. Watch this.
Too much air.
Yeah, when that thing went across that little quarter-mile track, that's when she gets airborne.
Yep.
House. Logano, David Gilliland having a great race for Front Row Motorsports in 7th. Mark Martin, Carl Edwards, Casey Kane, the top 10. 100 laps, 150 miles to go.
Kyle Busch takes off again.
Good thing for Kenseth in that 17. He was able to drop to the bottom before they slammed the door on him going through 1 and 2.
Casey Kane flying around the outside. He got 2 in turn 2 in that number 4. Battling Stenhouse and Logano. In the wall. 2 cars hard right behind them. And 3, Gilliland, Newman, Mark Martin.
I'm okay.
Boy, that was a heavy lick. Sound like Mark Martin.
We just had talked about David Gilliland in that 34 sitting up there in the top 10. His night will come to an end.
He restarted 7th. What a tough night and a great run. Now, he was one of those cars that waited out that tank of gas late, and then the caution came out. All right, here's David Gilliland right in the center, the white car.
Mark Martin in the 5 on the outside.
Yeah, here we go, down in the corner. Getting 3 wide, getting in there. Mark was sailing it off in there on the outside of Gilliland. Boy, look at Ryan Newman, he almost got, his car went up in the air.
Just really nowhere for Newman in the 39 to go.
No.
Now Gilliland's car starts to come around, but look, Carl Edwards is right underneath him, Darrell, and
I think what happened is I think Mark went on the outside of Gilliland on the 34, and it sucked the back of that 34 around and got it into Mark Martin is what happened.
He and Mark were running 7th and 8th.
It's a pretty hard impact for Mark Martin with somebody like the 34 car riding him into that wall.
Allmendinger and Vickers. Here's why we're under caution. Hard crash with Gilliland. Trouble front straightaway. Kyle Busch.
Caution down. Spin behind us. Spin behind us. Caution down. Wait. Nice and straight here. Get to the asphalt.
Whew. Kyle Busch is the first guy to go through the grass without tearing the front end off his car this weekend.
But he slowed down. He realized where he was. He's seen what has happened. You see, he picked up a lot of grass, but he is a lucky guy, man. He got tagged and it sent him through the grass. Yes, but he is a lucky guy, man. He got tagged and it sent him through the grass.
He was in 21st.
Get to the asphalt.
I thought he got tagged from behind, but as you can see, he did not. He just lost it. Wow. Lucky right there. That's a wonder it didn't rip the nose off, but he's going to be all right. But you're pick him up and put him down pretty fast.
Oh, Kyle Busch again.
What the heck?
And Marcus Ambrose gets his wish.
I won't tell you who else got their wish.
No
was
kidding.
Casey Kane in that 4, our leader.
Yeah, the 18 not so lucky this time.
Bad is it? Straight to the road. I think he hit pretty hard.
13th caution flag, the most since the Daytona 500 this year.
He got the whole right side this time. Spoiler all knocked over, deck lid out of whack, whole back of the car knocked around. Spoiler all knocked over, deck lid out of whack, whole back of the car knocked around. Let's see what
Here's a look.
This time.
We're in the wall, spinning right front.
That car has just become evil, hard to drive, man. That thing just went around by itself again.
Kyle is on pit road, which is not yet open. They have crash repair to do.
Darrell, it definitely seems drivers are out of fuel conservation. They know they've got to go.
No, you've made your bed now. Now it's about the win. If I run out of fuel, I run out of fuel.
The Indy 500 came down to a last turn grinding finish. How about this one? What about the 5th place car, Denny Hamlin, Dick?
When they put that carburetor on the engine, Mike, they did not hook up the fuel pressure gauge, so he doesn't know when he loses fuel pressure. That's the only way they can tell when they're running out. He's been told the fuel pressure gauge, so he doesn't know when he loses fuel pressure. That's the only way they can tell when they're running out. He's been told if the engine stumbles, get in.
Blowing up is Jimmy Johnson.
Fucking kidding me.
Caution, and we apologize for Chad Knaus's language over the radio to Jimmy Johnson.
Johnson had just cracked the top 10.
All of Johnson's fans can share Chad's frustration.
We always say that you're on borrowed time in these last 100 miles of the Coke 600.
Come down to it, and it's always somebody that you don't expect.
Now, under NASCAR rules, the race cannot end under this caution flag. We will have up to 3 attempts if needed at a green flag, then white flag, then checkered flag finish. And the saddest sound is this one, the sound of silence coasting into the garage before the race is over. Go Casey Kane, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, Harvick, Burton, Busch, Edwards, Stewart, Reagan. Green flag, 2 to go.
Boy, Dale Earnhardt Jr. got a great restart.
He's out of gas, and there they go.
And Burton goes around A lot of
Caution heads,
smoke.
they had a little bit of a wreck back there. No caution.
Keselowski got bounced around, but we are still green. Let's see.
Cars all over the place down here in turns 1 and 2. Not real sure how this is going to work out.
Still no caution, though. We'll be coming to the white flag, Mike.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. out front.
Can he make it?
White flag. Next flag ends the race. Hamlin trying to close.
Track's clear. We're good to go.
7 back. 7 back.
Harvick third. Reagan fourth. Logano fifth. What a topsy-turvy finish to the Coca-Cola 600.
And Dale Jr. is scooting away. Uh-oh, he's slowing, isn't he?
150,000 people on their feet.
Jr. is slowing. He's out of fuel. He's out of gas.
And as at Indy, the leader at turn 4 does not get to the flag. Harvick, the closer, wins it.
Once again, where did he come from?
Kane and Earnhardt.
You saw Casey, he spun the tires a little bit, and that gave Dale Jr. a great opportunity. And here comes Keselowski. He rams in the back of Kane because he's out of fuel. Around goes Burton.
Two guys who made the best moves there were Reagan and Logano. They shot through it all.
Now, you know what I really like is NASCAR didn't, they could have thrown a caution right there. Right. But the track was clear when the leaders get back.
Watch how the 6 and the 20 get through this. Reagan way up to the outside. Logano up to the outside, down to the inside. Here we go, boys.
David Reagan just threaded the needle with that 6, stood in the throttle.
And Joey Logano followed him all the way through to second and third.
And at this point, Dale Jr. has got a huge lead. And when I looked over, I thought, at this point, Dale Jr. has got a huge lead. And when I looked over, I thought, he can't be. He's slowing down. No, he can't be.
But he was. And Harvick sweeps around the outside. Harvick, Reagan, Logano beat him to the stripe.
Because Denny Hamlin in the 11 was running second. He was running out of fuel.
Kyle Busch. How about the third place car, Steve?
Here's the update, Mike. He says it's snug in the center of 3 and 4. Really good down in turn 2. He said, I need to pick up the throttle sooner. I like how it is right now, but I wish I was out front to feel how the car feels with clean air.
Well, in the next 5 laps, I think.
Montoya, Logano. Oh, somebody bounced off the wall. It was Landon Castle toward the back of the pack, and he hit it hard.
Yes, he did. Got a lot of right side damage. You can see there. He's in it again.
Caution's out.
Yeah, he couldn't turn the car. The right front tire is down. He hit it again going down into 1.
Get past the start and finish line.
Lap 119. Landon Castle at turn 4. Wow.
A lot of damage.
And Marcus Ambrose was involved back there.
Like he got a little damage on the left front. Those two must have made contact. I'd say 51 may have slipped right up in front of the 9. Not quite clear.
Yeah, there's where Ambrose in the 9 got the damage, and boy, it just turned the 51 of Castle right into the wall.
Right front first, you can see it all tucked in there, and that's why he couldn't turn the car, and he goes right back into the wall. That was a lot of hard contact.
You'll see the car just go dead straight.
Smash the protective lens on our camera. A lot dragging on the bottom underneath. Landon Castle's Chevrolet.
Kansas and a caution out as we have time for the AT&T race break. Dale Earnhardt Jr. with problems.
Yeah, looks like he has lost it, came spinning around, but fortunately for him, it looks like he's not damaged the 88, so hopefully he's not going to have a problem tearing the tire up. Looks like all 4 tires are up, so he should be able to come to pit road, get 4 brand new Goodyears, and go ahead. Let's take a look at what happened here.
He's been working his way up through the field.
Yeah, he's been getting the car better and better all day long. You see up here on the high side, the car just breaks loose away from him right there. Daryl's talked about those seams. He hits that seam the wrong way, that high up. All of a sudden the car steps out and around it goes. And he made a great save as far as keeping the car, basically
all over the place.
He's back up the racetrack again. Oh, he's not catching that one. That's going to hurt.
It's going to hurt.
Yeah.
You could say he did it the first lap, too. Once you get in that, he got away with it the first lap in the gray area.
Because of the new tires.
Right.
Toast.
Yeah, you get in that gray area, you're done.
And he knew he had to dig because his opening lap did not get him into the field.
No.
You can't hide here. You're going to hit something here.
Yeah, and the grass is wet.
That was hard.
And those are new safer barriers there, so let's give Pocono a little bit of credit there. Homesteader can pick inside lane or outside lane, whichever lane they want once you win the pole. If you'll watch a race where the guy picks the outside lane, you know that outside lane is the faster lane most of the time during the day.
And right there was a great example of the 24 was about to get passed by Harvick. And Keselowski went up there and drafted him, gave a little bit of a bump, and he actually pulled the pass off.
What's up with the 29, man? Jimmy Johnson, caution on the track. First caution of the day coming out at lap 7, and it's for the 5-time champion, Jimmy Johnson.
That thing's got a right front flat, a left front flat, a left rear flat.
He's up there in the middle, and he's probably just going to lose the air because he's got somebody kind of behind him on his left rear. That's just a classic example of taking the air off the rear of the car and spoiler. He just lost grip in the rear there. Just not in a really good spot.
Just in a bad spot on the racetrack. There's somebody under you, there's somebody on the outside, and there's not enough wind, not enough downforce to hold the car. AJ did a good job of steering to the right and staying off of him.
You see those tires popping as he's got him locked down.
In front of you is catching you, whatever it may be, that every single lap these guys run are different. They may all look the same, and it may all look like they're all running together, but they're all there's something happening every lap. And he talks about how exciting this racetrack is for him because there's so many groups.
Yellow, turn 3, watch for oil.
Second caution of the day.
Ooh, Jimmy Johnson's going to be very happy about that.
He is, because Regan Smith, who was running right in front of the race leader Greg Biffle, he stayed on the lead lap. Jimmy Johnson will receive the free pass, and this caution coming out because Robbie Gordon in the 7 popped the wall.
Oh, he's got a left front tire down. That's why he whacked the wall.
And here is the reason why. Brad Keselowski, a winner a couple of weeks ago, and check out the tire.
Oh man!
Wow, how lucky is that? Right in front of our camera.
I know.
That's not manned.
You just saw that little pop.
Keselowski was running in the 18th position. And you see big time damage for the Blue Deuce.
Yeah, you look at that damage compared to like Robbie Gordon's damage earlier. Yes. That's normally how you hit a wall when you cut a tire here at Michigan.
Earlier this week in New York City. Right now it's going to be a dance in the pit box. In goes the fuel can. Chassis adjustment getting set to be made on the right rear as well. They're way down on the end of the fuel here too. This car had stalled. He got it fired back up. Vickers way up in the RPMs right now, trying to keep this thing revved up. Left side tire's gone. He's going to heat the hides when he leaves here for sure. There it goes as a caution comes out.
And it's for Juan Pablo Montoya, who appeared to be coming down pit road, couldn't get it woed down, and hit the infield grass. Caution number 4 today.
Also, the 71 car of Andy Lally's involved in that. And I don't know if one of them was pitting and the other one didn't see it.
Watch your water temp. How's your water temp?
Yeah, Lally's got a lot of damage on the front of that car.
He's got a lot of front end damage, and Montoya has rear end damage.
Somebody was probably coming to the pits and somebody wasn't ready for it, maybe.
Yeah, see. Wow. Yeah, we saw that the other day in practice when the 6 car, David Reagan, run up on the 31 car. The 31 car got real loose and checked up right in about the same place, and the closure rate was so great. I'm not sure.
He's slowing down almost like he's out of gas.
Out of gas. It's almost like Montoya ran out of gas because you wouldn't expect to be in the high lane and come into pit road, and I don't expect that from Juan Pablo to be up there. It's almost like when he got to that point.
It's our 6th caution of the day.
And that changes everything again.
Yes.
Still rolling, Junior? Yeah, buddy.
Now
it's still rolling, buddy. I'm rolling.
Yeah.
Now it's going to come down to the best race car.
Junior riding behind Joey Logano.
Looks like a cut tire. Looks like a tire. I mean, as quick as it went to the right.
Yeah, well, he
had already been in the wall.
Yeah.
He had already been in the wall with the 5 car, and I'm betting he had a rub or something because as fast as that thing just kind of floated to the right, I mean, it had to be. Look at, he's turning to the left, turning to the left. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, something went down.
Something went down.
You saw it vibrate right before you hit.
Yeah.
They're coming.
Montoya trying to make a move on Kyle Busch in the 18. In a good spot. Going down 11. Oh, that's going to leave a mark. Wow, he stayed off the wall. Oh, he locked it up.
Vickers around.
Vickers locked it up, and he gets into McMurray. Newman spins around.
Dale Jr. got a piece.
And you know what? That really all started with Kurt Busch and those, or with Kyle Busch and Montoya.
We got the local caution, and now we get the full course caution. Yellow out for the second time today.
When you come around that corner and you're back in the pack and you see that dust, you don't know where that car's going. The 18's off in the dust. There's dust. They don't see anything. Everybody's in a little bit quicker.
Kyle Busch, Montoya racing for 13th here.
Yeah, and Montoya just, you know, he didn't give Kyle a whole lot of room. He bullied him off the racetrack on that deal.
And look at it from this angle. As he's off, think about you being in one of these cars back here behind. You see, but you're coming through there.
But see, I think Vickers just went in way too hot. He was way hot in there. He had no chance of slowing that car down for that corner. Not with that many cars in front of him.
It was Tony Stewart right behind Vickers, and now we ride on board with JPM.
Still out there. Still out there. Still out there all the way.
He's way out there now.
You're all clear.
Vickers he had no chance.
Clear, go.
Yeah, I wonder if Tony pushed him into him, though.
Could be, yeah, right
Look
there.
Look at him, he's on him. That's not Vickers, that's Tony Stewart right there.
Looking at that angle,
yeah.
exactly.
Stay left.
No wonder Vickers
got
it.
No way, yeah.
Come on. Keep coming.
Yeah, no wonder.
It started. This was just this incident right here. This incident right here.
It started
back in 7.
It started back in 7 on this lap. Joey just didn't.
Bobby Labonte having some issues of his own coming down the hill to turn 4.
Yeah, I believe this is going to just trying to avoid Rudeman there on the outside.
A couple of Toyotas dancing together. Now we go back to the front. A year ago?
Yeah, he's just hoping he doesn't get run into anymore today.
Spin in the early stages of this race. Truex was running 37th, and now he finds himself inside the top 5 and on a pretty good strategy. They pitted at lap 43. They can do this on one more stop. And you can't talk about Martin Truex Jr. at Infineon without talking about Jeff Gordon. He's our Pizza Hut fan favorite driver. Gordon's won here 5 times, and he's struggling here today. And as we see Gordon on track, look at Bobby Labonte.
Caution's out, turn 11.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got into something incredibly hard with the front of that thing. It was dropping fluid all the way down the front stretch.
4th caution of the day for this, racing with Michael McDowell here off 11.
He just gets turned.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess.
Wow. Yeah, just absolutely turned in the middle of the straightaway by Michael. Is that who's driving that car? The 66?
Yeah.
Wow. And Michael's taking out his frustrations from yesterday on this.
Both drivers were outside the top 25. McDowell yesterday driving the 18
out in front of somebody and just get wiped out. You see the 17 right there to the left, turn down across. He might have got hit by the 20 car right there. He might have cut down across the hood of Joey Logano from that angle. If you see the way his car kind of takes off. You see Logano's car right here in front of us, and you see, yeah, he got hit right in the left rear and just spun him around. And Joey, the track's blocked. Track's blocked. I'm not defending.
Especially on a gorgeous day like this.
That up, show it.
I'm back at Infineon Raceway, and yes, that is a live picture.
You know, payback sometimes. Well, a lot of times it happens around this place. Tony Stewart just got paid back for what he did earlier to Brian Vickers. And that's the result.
Yeah. 6th caution of the day. And that is an interesting position. Here is the replay coming into turn 11.
I'm not sure.
Those are the guys just in front of him.
Yeah, but there's Vickers. Already made contact with Stewart.
Vickers had worked his way into the top 5. Had to make another pit stop anyway. So the attitude kind of, what the heck, I'll let him go and then pay it off.
And I can guarantee you that.
All clear.
all Vickers has been thinking about since he got turned by Stewart was getting in a position to do this.
Looking for him. Where's that 14?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Teammates Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle. Meanwhile, it's a Hendrick parade at the front. Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon drafting together lead the way. Third and fourth, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jimmy Johnson. And we've got trouble. Baying around and into the wall.
Hold on to it. Hold on to it. Hold the brake here. Hold the brake. Let it roll right there. Still outside.
He had just hooked up with the 2-car.
And I think you heard Trevor say the 2-car just turned us.
Yeah. Let's just see what position they were in and where the cars were around them when this happened.
Okay, see the 2 dumps down to the left? That's the worst thing you can do in this situation, right, KP?
The very worst thing. I mean, Jeff Gordon said the same thing. He said if you're on the outside and you can really work the car from the outside, it stabilizes the car, just like we showed in the piece that Wally and I shot at. But see, he's to the left side. When you dump to the left, Jeff said, these cars get incredibly loose. When you get to the left and the car rotates in, it rotates off that left rear like that on the bumper, and they're not flat against each other anymore, and the 21 just takes off. One car's involved in it, probably the 47 car, because the 1 car's trying to get down off the racetrack too. So there's 3 or 4 cars that have damage, but the 21 is just...
If you're going to take care of the guy in front of you, you've got to hang to the right. You can't drop down to the left, and that was just a situation where as soon as he went down to the left, he just hooked a 21.
And Boyer got hit in the door right there, too. You saw as they came down, Burton was able to avoid it, but the 33...
With McMurray.
Ooh, he got a lot more damage than I thought he did.
Yeah. And then Bobby Labonte's just to the left side of the 1 car right there, trying to get off. You see the left front of right front of Bobby's car right there.
He got doored.
And those 3 cars all made pit stops. In fact, here you see McMurray repairing the damage.
Let's go back to this shot right here. I want you to look at this shot right here. See how the 2 cars to the left. Look at the other cars in the picture. The 9 car is to the right of his car. The 31 car is to the right of the 33 car in the left part of the screen. And you see all the cars have stepped out to the right except for the 2 when they go into the corner. The 2 is to the left, and he's the only car that spins. And it's exactly what we explained, exactly what the drivers have talked about. You can't go in the corner on the inside of somebody or you're going to knock the guy out. A lot better on that. Larry, what's the pressure valve all about?
Yeah, this is a pressurized water system. And when we first got down here in February, NASCAR did not mandate anything about it. These guys, they were not letting the system kick off to up in the mid-50 PSI. Well, after the Budweiser shootout, NASCAR said, you know what, we're going to do something to kind of deteriorate the fact that these guys can run tucked up behind another car.
Trouble, Larry. 99 got turned.
Stay high, stay high. Keep coming. Good job. Keep coming there.
Thought he was going to stay off that long.
He came in leading the points, and Carl Edwards goes around early here at Daytona. 1 victory this season. That 25-point advantage going to go away very quickly.
See what happens here. He's got Biffle is right behind him, coming off of 4. Biffle got in the wall pretty hard there too, but Biffle it wasn't like he was in right. The 99 may have had to check up just a little bit, and he may have been pushing off or whatever, but
he was running 3rd at the time of the accident and had led 1 lap here tonight.
Looked like he even was a little bit loose getting up off that corner. He hit the wall pretty hard though. It doesn't look like it's that hard, but look at the right rear there. A lot of damage.
Now we ride.
A pretty good run here. Might as well go to the middle. And low on David. Looking inside on David. Side on David. 13 to 51. They're about 15 at the back. If you ever want to switch, just say it.
So you hear the communication on track, and here's the 99. He wrecked early, perhaps more problems for the point leader, Marty.
Well, Adam, he's going to come here and shut the car off. Carl has been driving the 15 laps or so without a crush panel on the right rear of the car.
And now we got
actually, Fizzleby got sick inside the car, and there's caution on the track, Adam.
Yeah, Dave Blaney into the wall. Guy that led 21 laps at Talladega. He brings out our 3rd caution of the night.
And guys, just to finish up, Carl Edwards will stay inside the car. He asked Bob Osborne to actually physically hose down the inside of the car. Bob Osborne said, we will not do that, but we will clean the inside of the car for you. Carl will stay.
When you're in that situation.
Carl brought out our second caution of the night, and it's Dave Blaney bringing out our third, as you see the replay here.
Couldn't really tell from that angle what. Obviously, he was with somebody there, so he obviously...
Do you want to switch? Jeff Gordon told Mark Martin, dude, if we do that, we're done. We have no shot to win this race. This is where it's gotten them. They have a threat to win this race, Ralph.
Right now, the 5-car Mark Martin is hot. He's just going to stick it in there and give it everything he's got. That motor, we'll see if it makes it. As you guys said, nothing you can do now but keep your foot to the floor.
Oh, and look, man, these guys are starting to slide up in each other. Watch out! Watch out!
There they go.
Here it goes.
Gordon goes around.
Just got turned.
What a
great
save!
job.
Pretty great.
Caution's out.
And we get the caution.
Caution's out.
A lot of damage, but I'll tell you what, that was a good save.
I don't know who turned him, but it wasn't me.
Yeah. And that was Mark Martin saying, I don't know who turned him, but it wasn't me. And it wasn't. It was the 4-car that came up. Casey Kane. And again, he's to the left side of the 4-car, okay? The 4-car goes up, and you see right here, Jeff's there. But the 83 turns the 4-car right there. The 83 hit him and knocked the 4-car up the racetrack. The 83 did not give, Brian Vickers didn't give the 4-car a chance to recover. Jeff did a great job right here. Mark did a great job of avoiding this, but this thing just slid sideways, and all these guys just avoiding the spinning car.
And it doesn't take any contact. If you watch, the car comes across Mark's, or the 24's nose, just a little bit. These cars are already on edge so much, it just doesn't take a whole lot.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, the 18 car got into the outside wall pretty good. I think Joy tried to, and all the other restarts we've seen the inside guy drag his brake and the outside guy cut right down in front of him. That's what we've seen. But this is for the win. This is not a restart.
First attempt at a green-white checker. How about overtime in the Coke 0400 at Daytona?
Now.
Well, he did. They did. I tell you, the 11 drug his brake, and he let the 29 get back, the 39 jump back down there.
Takes a little time for him to get wound
up. Oh, here we
go.
Martin got turned by Joey Logano on that one.
And look at him back there.
Several cars involved, and it all got started when Logano got Mark Martin.
Truex is in it. Mark Martin's in it. See the
Stewart's in it.
33.
Sorry, guys.
Castle's in it.
Wow.
We will get a second attempt at a green-white checker.
Half the field's gone.
See the damage for pole sitter Mark Martin. Let's go high above and watch the restart.
Just keep your eye on Logano in the 20 car. Got Mark Martin up beside him. And what happens, I think, when they get down to 1 and 2, Logano just kind of finds himself in the middle with no place to go here. See how he's kind of sneaking up in there? Ran out of room.
Regan Smith got a piece. See Travis Kvapil climbing in. David Rudeman.
Yeah, I'm not. You know, when you look at that, Mark's there and Logano's there. I don't know where Mark was going. Yeah, to be honest with you, you know what I mean? I mean, look, Joy couldn't really go anywhere. They all were trying to get to the same place on the racetrack for whatever reason. I don't know why Mark tried to jump off the back of the group he was in. But of course, he doesn't have a partner anymore.
Now we go on board with Tony Stewart.
2 wide middle 31. 2 wide middle 31. Keep digging here.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mark knew Logano was there.
I don't think he knew.
Low side.
Because
stay right there.
I don't think he felt Logano.
Stay right there. Stay right there.
He had a lot of room up on his
on the
right-hand side that he wasn't using.
Yeah.
See how he squeaked? He was down there pretty low. I don't think he did.
Yeah. Check it up here. Watch him. Turn the bottom.
These are some hard hits.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Caution's out. Disrespect.
Watch Kurt Busch in the 22. We were on board with him a moment ago. He took a couple of hits as well.
Yeah, he got hit hard in the door right there, and he was just about clear of the thing.
Boy, Kvapil got turned too and went straight up at the Truex and just on a restart. there's no place to go. You're in it. If you're lucky, you know, and you're down on the bottom, or like Earnhardt was, and everything kind of moves away from you, you know, that's great. But most of the time when the track gets blocked like that, you're just, there's nothing you can do, nothing a spotter can do. When Harvick got up in front of Menard, about as nice as you can do it right there.
And left Joy all by himself on the inside right there.
Yep. But see how much time they lost by doing, even at that. See what I was talking about? They lost, you know, a couple of seconds there on the front two rows. Now they're going to have to get some steam and go.
But there's the 4 car pushing the 20, and the 20 has no partner now, and the 4 car has no partner.
Harvick and Menard lost some ground as well.
Joey Logano to the outside there with the 4 car of Casey Kane.
Larry called it. Logano to the outside and to the lead. Big shove by Casey Kane on the outside.
That was a huge shove. He got just enough off those guys.
They had to lift.
Shuffled out.
He got a little bit out of shape there. Newman had to get out of the gas, and that was it.
Here we come down to the white flag. 1 lap to go for David Reagan.
All clear. 1 factor double wide.
And look who's right behind Kenseth. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has joined the party.
Watch Harvick swing high here, though.
Kevin Harvick's been known to break hearts at Daytona. He did it to Mark Martin in 2007 in the Daytona 500. He won this race 1 year ago. David Reagan, a half a lap away from his first victory.
It's now time, isn't it, for the 20?
It's time for the 20 to do something, or...
1 back there for your bike tag.
I tell you,
the Reagan behind him.
David Reagan.
Behind the race leader.
David Reagan.
No caution yet. David Reagan coming
Still
back to the start-finish line.
They're wrecking again.
Everywhere now.
They're wrecking again.
Reagan with sweet redemption gets the victory at Daytona.
2 separate wrecks on the last lap.
Great job. Thank you a lot, Matt.
Oh, man, these guys are flying by Newman.
He was a sitting duck.
No kidding. That's the scariest part of it being in a wreck like this, is sitting in a racetrack when guys are coming at you 180 plus miles per hour. That was scary.
That's ugly racing right there.
You can't beat Daytona. Trevor Bayne does it in the Daytona 500, his first career victory. And tonight, I'm sure tears of joy for David Reagan, who's celebrating his first ever win.
That was. It looks like somebody got. It looks like Castle just slid up the racetrack and got into the left rear of Ambrose.
Yeah, and
he may have got shoved up. You know, by that angle, it's hard to see, but
it is hard. And the 00 had already been in an accident, and so had the 51 car of Landon Castle. These guys had already been in an accident, and there's Vickers getting in the middle of this one too, because he had already been in the other accident.
Comes down, and I think the one is going to get hooked by, or the one in the 88. Got together.
Yeah, it's like the one came,
Yeah,
it's like McMurray came down on Junior. Junior got down on the flat, had to come back up on the racetrack, and then, I mean, and this is the second wreck, as you said, and these guys are still just hauling the mail through.
But this is kind of typical for here, as far as the finish goes. Look at this is normally where it happens. Those guys are finishing wrecking up in 3 and 4,
and in the background. That's great.
The post-game show still to come. Big-time trouble for Dale Earnhardt Jr., left front tire.
Left side, guys. Left side.
Just came off of pit lane.
And we get the caution.
Yeah.
Our 5th of the night, and boy, does this make things interesting. David Rudeman.
On old tires, and if you don't change the tires, the danger is picking up something right here. This is where all the garbage and the dirt and pistons off of Jamie McMurray's engine laying down here.
And it was just a gas and go. He leaves pit road, he runs on the apron, and instantly it comes apart. Yeah. So it went flat from the time he left pit road or left his pit stall there.
Juan Pablo Montoya, the first car 1 lap down.
1 on the 24, clear by 2, clear by 3, 6 to go, 5 to go. Inside, spin here, stay low, come on. Watch the daughter. Great eyes, man.
Caution out for Clint Boyer, who goes into the wall, our 6th of the night. And it happens with 6 laps remaining.
He's just
got way up high. It looks like
you see the black marks. You can go back and see the black marks if we can see that again. He just went in, and when he went in, he got up, and the car just began to rotate way early into the corner. Yeah, that's the tail end of it. He had already rotated up out of the groove, up into the gray stuff, and there's just nothing there.
Clint going to take a big hit in the points. Came in 9th and now 12th as you ride on board with Tony Stewart and look back.
10 away.
Oh, his tire came apart.
Wow.
Here's your problem. Let's go back to see that, because that's the carcass.
On the restart there.
If you saw on the 9 car here out of the back of Tony's car, that's the carcass, it looks like, off of the 33 car. The 33 obviously had a flat when he goes off in the corner, and the carcass ends up on the 9 car of Marcos Ambrose. We're not seeing it, but it's already happened at this point in time.
Him, and his car is really good right now.
We heard from the in-car camera as we watch out the back here of Junior's car. When the 18 of Kyle Busch rolled in on him, how long Kyle had to wait to pick up the gas.
Oh, something something broke, or he lost a tire. How about that?
Second caution of the day for Kyle
Great
Busch.
camera shot, man.
Great shot.
The point leader coming in, hammered the wall.
Go to the garage. Go to the garage.
Something definitely broke on that car. I don't know if he cut the right front or what, but it actually, you could see that car just took off.
Yeah, watch this replay, but I want to go back to another replay after we see this. You see Kyle go down in the corner, and then all of a sudden the thing turns dead right. That's a flat tire. He hit hard. That's a hard hit.
That was contact from the 88.
Contact with the 88. Remember when they were there, when we were watching the 18 and the 88, and we saw that smoke? If we go back to that shot, because there was constant smoke, it wasn't just a little bit of smoke.
They were leaning on each other.
And they got off each other.
Goes down in, you'll see the tire blow. You hear it blow. And once that happens, the only thing that's going to stop, he may have
into the wall with our fourth caution of the day.
He might have cut a right front tire there. And this talking about the 48 car, this is what they needed.
Well, and Kevin Harvick also had made a green flag pit stop. He was a lap down.
Because Stremme will get the lucky dog.
Stremme's the first to lap down. Gordon had gotten around him.
But Johnson will get to wave around.
And he's only got a few laps on his tires, which brings him back.
We look back at Brad Keselowski going down into turn 3.
Same thing, and Kyle Busch talks about.
Hey, Carl Edwards, got to give some credit to that team. Struggled yesterday in practice, started 15th today, dropped outside the top 20, and here he is going for the runner-up position.
But I think they dropped outside the top 20 because of tire strategy. And you see, got down in there, the car got a little free, got a little loose, and he bounces off the side of 83. We've seen that multiple times today. But I think Carl and those guys lost their track position.
Not quitting on the 83 of Ryan Vickers. And David Reagan feeling a little bit aggressive behind Jeff Burton as well. This from 2nd to 5th. And we got trouble. Denny Hamlin goes around, former New Hampshire winner. 6th caution of the day, and Andy Lally also spinning behind.
Don't know what happened with the 11th. Andy's around and gets into the 11th.
It's Hamlin racing with Martin Truex Jr.
Looks like the 42 got in the 43 and the 43 got in the 11.
Yeah, that was just an accordion. I mean, they all got in there, and I think the 11 kind of checked up a little bit to stay off the car in front of him. And as he tries to check up to stay off the car in front of him, they all just bottleneck right there. And I don't think anybody had any place to go.
If you get on the gas, all it does is it'll slide up and you'll hit the car that's on the outside of you.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, Jessica. Oh,
that's Mark Martin going around right in front of everybody. Left rear tire.
Gone.
How about our 7th caution of the day?
That was going to be wicked right there, because Jeff had already committed to go low as he got down in the corner to pass another car.
Martin was running in the 14th position.
Oh, you see the smoke right there. It's already coming apart.
Yeah, he was just trying to nurse it. Got to the bottom of the racetrack, and it just gave way.
Yeah, he had already slowed down, was trying to get out of the way, trying to get down to the bottom of the racetrack and let him go around him.
We may have a little. There's Mark in the center, and I was telling you, he was in the middle quite a bit. These guys were bouncing off each other a lot, whether that cut the left rear or not. This was the first time. Actually, about a lap later, he was in the.
For no tires, a new crew chief and Matt Pusha doing a very nice job of managing the afternoon for Biffle.
Oh, wreck down.
Big trouble, front straightaway. That's Brian Vickers, who looked like he got a piece of the wall. Jimmy Johnson able to drive through behind. He was back there after having to make that second trip down pit road. Vickers spent a lot of today inside the top 10, was running 22nd when he got the wall here. And now we take a look at what happened.
He's down on there. Oh.
Teammates.
Yeah, they just, that's a hard one. I mean, there was no, he's on the inside.
I think Casey just ran. Well, Casey just looked like he ran out of.
Casey
really had the 36 up on the high side right there, and he was already leaning on the 36.
Yeah, Casey's trying to get off the 36, and I don't know how you could, not like you could do there. You know what I mean?
Mark Martin has gotten the free pass to call.
He comes here, he stands in for Quapple in this car, and this is a team that's fighting to stay in the top 35 in points. Here he is sitting back in the 13th, 14th position right now. Great run when you consider we only have 60 laps to go.
In trouble, Jimmy Johnson, the 5-time champion, turns around, 10th yellow flag of the day. And this is going to help everybody that wants to save fuel. And you certainly could make it from here if you came down pit road. Jimmy Johnson running 21st when he went around down in the corner.
He just tried staying off of Montoya. It looked like he got in the corner, and his car looked like it's probably pushing up towards Montoya, and he just pinched it down.
You ride with Martin Truex Jr. He had a front row seat.
Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down. Good, all good. Keep coming. No cautions out, cautions out.
/speed. Roush Fenway Racing has never won the Brickyard 400. Hold that thought. Caution flag is out. It's going to be for the 4th time in this race. There is one car into the wall off of turn 2, and it looks like it was Kyle Busch.
Had a problem in New Hampshire where he blew the right front tire out. Hit the wall. Doesn't look like he's hit it that hard this time.
Still all clear. Right there, back there with you on your bumper. Now it's 2x2 behind, bro. 78 with you.
Yeah, he hits it right there at that gate. Yeah, just lost the front end. He was trying to stay in the throttle right behind the 99, but lost the front end. And sometimes it's difficult as you get behind these cars to really judge exactly where that is. And Kyle just getting
the car that's pretty good right now. They're pleased with the way their day has unfolded so far as we get into the stretch run here at the Brickyard.
Yeah, Clint Boyer, somebody. Here comes Jimmy Johnson trying to make a pass on the outside. 4 wide. Was this not going to work?
There you go. There it is. Landon Castle.
A lot of cars coming behind here, though.
Look out.
Casey Kane sliding through. Right track narrows up in a hurry. You see all the grass on Casey Kane's car. He's going to make another pit stop here to get it off.
Caution flag is out. Right at the 3/4 mark of the race.
And you see grass on all the grills of everybody behind this. Every one of these cars will have to make pit stops. You know, and that 51 car, Landon Castle, he was the first car that didn't have tires of any kind, stayed out there. And you always hate to be that car. He's done it twice today.
Yeah, worst position you can be in as a driver. And Castle to pit road to get some tires changed before that car gets torn up any further. This got crazy.
Yeah, did see Jimmy there gets actually into the wall just a little bit. They're making it 3 now, 4 wide. You see the big pull. Denny Hamlin even got a big draft from that.
Yeah, and 3 of those are normally very conservative drivers that we see making that situation of 4 wide with Reagan, Kenseth, and Jimmy Johnson. But it's getting time to do things in this race now. You get such a draft, especially with those 3 cars running like that. You see how Matt Kenseth just pull out and make the pass.
You said it wouldn't work. It didn't work. Landon Castle.
Back in front of you, on the top, in the middle, right here.
Wow, that was pretty cool. Did a great job to miss that. Looks like he still may have some damage to that front splitter, and see all the grass. You can see it's running hot already. All these cars are going to have to make a pit stop pretty quick to get those grills clean.
Big mess up there in turn 3. Casey Kane, you saw the first one to really dig into that grass. Looked to me like ripped that front splitter off the bottom end of the nose of that car, and if that's gone, that's a big repair for that 4 car that's been so strong today. Under caution for the 5th time, 3/4 of the way through the Brickyard 400. Hey, who mowed the grass? A bunch of them just did.
37 laps to go at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. If you're just joining us, you've certainly missed a lot. David Reagan led the field to green, but it was Casey Kane who led that very first lap. So far today, he's led 48. More on him in a second. Pit road has been very active.
Pit road's been really tough. You see Tony Stewart and Kevin Harvick kind of getting together, trying to get down pit road. Look at Montoya. He gets in the back of the 31 of Burton, tears up the car a little bit.
Then there's Jimmy Johnson and Brian Vickers getting into it. It's also been a very active day for Juan Pablo Montoya on the track and getting into Mark Martin. He's also had some contact on pit road. There he is there, trying to get some debris off of his grill. But guess what? Montoya has been so good at this track, and now he is lurking. He's in 3rd. This, though, incident just a few laps ago, the biggest incident of the day. He can't really go 4 wide.
You can't go 4 wide. Landon Castle figured that one out. He's the one that lost on this one. Comes sliding across track. Take a look at Casey Kane through the grass. Spins, doesn't hit anything, and everybody's going through this grass, clogging up all the grills, and now they got a heating problem.
Let's take a closer look at what some of these drivers have had to do to get through this. Paul Menard through the grass.
Oh, that's unbelievable. I mean, these guys are carving themselves through there, barely missing these other guys. Downshifting big time. Let's take a look at Carl Edwards. Carl gets down into turn 3. There's Mark Martin in front of him. He dives at the bottom, misses him by about a foot. Grabs another gear, accelerates right past Landon Castle, back up on the track. I'm telling you what, Nicole and Brad, that was some good driving.
Well,
right
while
there.
all that was happening, he had his hand out the window in the beginning trying to woe down traffic behind him. He saw the accident coming.
All right, we might have us an answer here. Look back in the distance. Oh. Clunk right there, teammates.
See, yeah. Oh, man, yeah. I'll tell you, that's definitely hard.
Both getting into the wall a little bit.
Oh, and David Reagan. And the caution's out. Oh, my goodness. Hang on.
Got plant top fired up, a bit of roll. Got rear damage.
Yeah, a lot of rear damage.
That's not a good place to be sitting sideways across the racetrack.
Not a good place to be sitting, and he was in the battle for...
Need 4 tires, just backed it straight back into the wall.
Yeah, they got a lot of damage to fix here. This is not going to be a quick fix.
Yeah, he has that win from Daytona that had him in contention for a chase spot, but this is going to severely hamper that.
You see the car being pushed on pit road. That is Brian Vickers' car being pushed toward the opening of the garage. We'll follow up and get you an explanation on that in a second. Casey Mears got a pass-through penalty. Told you he made a pit stop as the field was taking the green. He got a pass-through penalty for a pit road violation and had to come back. Now let's see what happened to David Reagan.
Right, he's just a little aggressive underneath Rudeman. Getting into the bumps. He's the one that paid the price, though.
Yeah, and that's you know that's down there, and that's a price. At this point in time of the race, these guys are already 2 wide, making it 3 wide there. It looked like David Rudeman had no idea he was there.
Now look, we were just talking about give and take early in the race, but that was a lot of taking from Reagan. That might be where my problem's at. I'm not going to mess with it. And then he makes a pit stop, and all of a sudden the vibration's gone and goes, okay, let's try 3rd.
Yeah, and that's trouble right here. Montoya and the 4 car of Casey Kane getting together.
And the caution flag is out.
Trying to tell you you're outside, but we're talking.
Sounds like a little radio traffic blocking the way of the spotter.
Yeah, that happens from time to time.
So this is the 5th caution of the race. It's out with 21 laps to go. Montoya.
Settle down, guys. Come on in here. We're going to go on the right side and work on the right front fender.
If you do, they'll take that lap back from you anyway.
But I think because that we're watching the replay here, you see Casey Kane was up on the outside. Obviously, Montoya had no idea that he was there. But I believe because Casey Kane was pitted down there, and once Kyle Busch gets to the start-finish line, then Casey Kane should be able to go back out in front of him.
You heard the radio was busy. I was trying to tell you outside.
There have been some good information about that time.
Yes.
Well, Kyle Busch had a sizable lead.
What do they say, guys? The shorter it is, the quicker you are.
Trouble Doc Kurt Busch into the barrier.
Tire, guys. We're in the fence. Our day's done.
Yeah, he's done.
Blew a tire there.
That car is shortened up.
Kurt was running 17th at the time. And that is a pretty heavy hit at turn number 5.
Go to the garage.
Yeah, you're left front down.
Yeah, you're under full power here.
Wow, man. Good thing those tires were there.
He's another driver that we've seen a few times smoke that left front, get down into these corners, these high braking areas. You can see right when that tire went down, put on the brakes all you want. You just can't stop soon enough. Unfortunate for Kurt Busch today.
Yeah, the thing with Kyle, he's been locking that right front up, getting into.
That is in turn 1 at the end of the front straightaway.
This looks a lot like a brake failure. Saw no skid marks going down in there. This is a tire barrier. You can see there's a guardrail there.
You see Denny inside the car, and the safety workers there attending to him.
Very high speed getting into turn 1. We're counting on that brake pedal to be there. It's not.
Yeah. And there's just nothing you can do. There's no way. You can't turn the car. You can't turn it off. You can't do anything that's really going to slow the car down enough at that point in time.
Kind of similar to what Brad Keselowski's car looked like from Road Atlanta when he had that accident.
Yeah. And Denny climbing from the car.
Yeah, it looks like he's
got some brakes.
The front brakes are, the left front's locked up.
That's almost like the throttle hung.
Gosh, man, that could have been. It could have been the throttle hung pushing the front tire. Man.
Look at how much it moved that guardrail, even through the tire barrier.
You can see the smoke from the front tires, like he's trying to get this car stopped, and maybe the throttle is hung partially. Man.
Yeah, those rear tires are still going hard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. To be missing any passing going on were the words I was looking for. Will there be any passing going on here?
Uh-oh,
trouble, Paul Menard.
Paul Menard's having problems.
Yeah, that could bring out a caution right here. A lot of debris on the course right there.
Yeah, that likely bring out a caution. I'm not sure he can make it back from there.
Caution is out. That has put us under caution for just the 4th time in this race.
Tire. Bad place to blow a tire.
Yes.
We were just showing him Kyle Busch's in-car where you're wide open, already in high gear there, up over 150 miles an hour at that point.
Nice job to wrestle that under control.
And now you see, it's like I said, it's broken either a fuel line or an oil line. Got a fire going under there. Paul wisely brings it to a stop.
Bring it on, buddy.
Lap to go. Next flag ends the race. Do they have enough fuel to come back around and finish it? Kyle Busch looking to get back around Keselowski. of it.
Still green.
Oh, looks like Tony Stewart out through the grass in the inner loop.
And back through traffic. Caution is out.
Is out. Yellow's out.
Race is over. Marcos Ambrose is your winner. And Tony Stewart is up against the guardrail. Wow.
Congratulations there, Ambrose.
Oh, goodness.
6 gets, it's like, oh my gosh.
Goodness gracious. Wow.
Like Boris said, got into the 6 car. David Reagan. Oh, my goodness.
That's a hard lick for David Reagan. This, oh my goodness.
Ron Fellows also into the wall in that. Wow, terrible.
Still there, still there.
About 3 hard licks for Reagan.
That's right. Wait a minute. What do you do when you have debris on the grill and you're the leader? Well, when you have your teammate behind you, you work together to get it off. His temps got up to about 260, guys.
All right, so the Roush Fenway Ford teammates.
Matt says, okay, I'll lead. See if you can get it off of there.
Yeah. Question is he going to give it up?
Yeah. What was it? Who was it? We heard, was that Kyle Busch?
And go for a win. And, you know, something broke. But we're pushing the envelope of everything with the engine and with the pit crew and everything. And we'll get all this stuff worked out for the chase. But just I hope we can get back out there just to have some more fun.
From here, so if they get it down pit road without tearing the fenders off of it, they'll be fine.
Yeah, just got loose getting into the corner right before he got to the center. Back in, stepped out. Good wide racetrack, though, allowed him to not gather anybody else up.
It was going to be a very, very dangerous situation. This was a good move by NASCAR to throw that caution because you can kind of see this storm brewing, and they just kind of headed it off.
So, 4th caution of the race. And yes, DJ, Mark Martin, a 5-time winner here.
Yeah, and just I think I heard maybe 30 top 10s or something in his career at this racetrack, and just incredible.
Jeff Gordon, Clint Boyer fighting for a spot there as well. That's 6th and 7th. Kurt Busch
into the wall again.
Caution.
Uh-oh.
Caution is out. Oh boy.
Yeah, Kurt's hurt that car this time.
What happened there? Right front tire.
Almost made it to the finish. He had hit the wall again about 10 laps ago, and it looks like it probably just rubbed a hole.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man, that was a pretty big hit. It was probably from that contact earlier.
Away. There's Paul Menard, one of those who wasn't able to drive away. Was it Newton's law? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction?
Pass.
So that was an action. And is this the reaction?
I think so, right here. Well. Oh,
Now
yeah.
he gets
There
it
it is.
Took him a couple to get it done.
You'll see the 11 and the 27 as they tried to slow down come in. Yeah, didn't quite get them, but that's as they were trying to slow down. Got together.
On the lead lap, Denny Hamlin staying in there. There's a caution on the track. Crash, guys.
Mark Martin into the inside wall on the back straightaway, and they're still jamming up.
Got tagged from the rear.
That's a pretty good description of what happened.
Leaders got there pretty quick, too, and Mark's still sitting in the middle of the track.
The whole front's just tore all up. Got the inside wall.
Mark was 17th at the time. Remember, he took the wave around and did not pit on the last caution. He was probably 30 laps or so from needing to pit again.
Yeah, he's racing really hard right here. You see with Brian Vickers. Get together. Mark gets the worst of it. Things happen fast here, and you see right here, he's up kind of in the middle of the track when the leaders come by.
Yeah, that really just kind of a misjudge on Mark's part. He was trying to slide up in behind. I think he thought the 83 of Vickers had just a little bit more speed than that.
Yeah, I think he thought he just had enough room to slide up.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Oh, and by the way, you've been out there for a couple, 2.5 hours at Bristol.
Yep, caution.
We got a caution here.
That is
Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch been in the wall.
up in turns 3 and 4 and has apparently dropped some debris, perhaps. But certainly troubles here for Kyle.
I saw Jeff Gordon pull this move a while ago, and
yep, there goes the debris.
Go between a couple of cars, but Kyle a little closer.
And he gets in the wall.
He was racing for 7th spot there.
The car just goes straight after that contact.
Kind of split the 2-car. Brad Keselowski.
That's for 11th spot. Hamlin in the 11 is 11th. Newman right behind him in 12th.
Yeah, I heard Brad Keselowski talking the other night as we were doing interviews in the rain delay. You know, they think a lot of their success has been when they've gone back to these tracks a second time. They don't have any notes from being together, he and Paul Wolfe, at this racetrack. He sounded a little more concerned about how they might perform here today.
I think Jeff Gordon is really on the move.
That's Bobby Labonte
through the grass.
And the caution is out.
See Bobby really do a smart thing there. Once he knew that he had it kind of under control, he let the car back all the way up to the pavement because we had enough rain that he could have gotten stuck down in the grass.
Let's see what happened to Bobby Labonte, who was running 22nd.
Whoa, just jumped out from under him, looks like.
Yeah, and this racetrack starts to flatten out. You give him that banking, you think you've got it under control, maybe a little too much wheel in it. You have to stay off the wall, and it just takes a split second here.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, this is one of the best drivers ever driven this track, and he spun out.
6 wins here. Yeah, does a fantastic job.
Wow.
Well, that's not what you want to see when you're trying to...
Good job, man. All clear. Keep coming. Caution is out. Real good job.
You're trying to fight for a chase.
Be the rest of the day.
If the sun was out and shining down brightly on the track, then it would really continue to evolve drastically as the race went on, right?
Yeah, that's one thing we have here is just a consistent overcast, and that right there will keep the track temp consistent. Oh, there's Bobby Labonte.
Just hold it here. Hold it. We spun off the 2 here.
Yeah, that not as lucky this time as he was that first one.
This is Kiel. Luck for the day.
Third caution, 2 of them have involved this 47 car today. A spin off turn 4 at lap 11 while running 22nd at that time. Didn't hit anything, just a big slide through the grass, but this time off of turn number 2 while running 30th. That's heavy damage.
Yeah, there's fluid there.
Yeah, and if you were thinking that Dale Jr. was going to be the one getting the free pass here, unfortunately, Jeff Gordon, for those Earnhardt fans, Regan Smith had just gotten passed by Jeff Gordon, so he's going to be the one that's going to be getting that back. Watch what happened to Bobby Labonte. Again, a late exit, just like off of turn 4. The car just snapping around, a hard hit to the inside wall, but there is that safer barrier there, thankfully.
So the 6-time Atlanta winner is not. And the caution there, you see the right side all scraped up on that machine?
Yeah, he's got tires. Yeah, he's got tires back on it now, but you can see right there he blew a tire going in the corner. A lot of debris coming off of that tire.
And so that's the reason.
Lateral grip on the rear of the car on exit, so they're going to go down on the track bar again. Another 4-tire change and fuel for Denny Hamlin.
The Gilliland car still sitting at pit entry. Jamie mentioned a mist that is falling. We've seen that peppering the camera lenses on and off all day. There is Gilliland's car. In the middle of green flag pit stops, NASCAR hesitant to throw the caution out, I'm sure, and change the complexion of the race.
He's out of the way. He's not in anybody's pit stall. He's before the stalls start, off the racetrack, so he's not really in peril.
Yeah, I think once everybody has been on pit road, we will see a couple.
Carl Edwards comes out the leader. You saw him trying to take the lead from Matt Kenseth and then bailing out and going to pit road and stopping one lap sooner than Kenseth. That's two equally fast races.
Is he going to clear him?
Oh,
not
no.
quite. And here comes Edwards.
Yeah, Johnson will be at a disadvantage getting down in the corner here. This has been Matt Kenseth's best corner.
Trouble, Clint Boyer. Into the wall. Caution is out.
That sure looks like he might have run over something, cut a right front tire. Let's see if he just got loose.
NASCAR saying Matt Kenseth still the race leader at the time of the caution. And Clint Boyer trying to fight his way into that top 10 in the championship or trying to get a win for the wild card. His race started today on the outside of the front row. It ends in the wall off of turn number 4. Decipher what's happened to Clint here.
Oh, just not quite clear, Juan Montoya.
That's what you were talking about there. We were talking about Jimmy Johnson maybe trying that for the lead up there. Boyer thought he had enough room to slide up there and just misjudged the speed that Montoya had.
It's getting too late in the race to give that spot away, for at least for Montoya. He's still trying to race for it. Like he may have gotten a little damage too.
Now, this was about 10 laps earlier.
They've been racing hard for a while then.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Clint had slid up in front off of turn 2 in front of Montoya. Maybe took exception to that it was a little closer than it needed to be.
I'll stop at the pit. Your oil pressure, everything's good? I mean, it won't even spin over. It's 0.
Dave?
Ellen, he knew when he was going into turn 3. He shouted, "It's blowing up, it's blowing up, it's blowing up." And sure enough, he takes it to a coast on pit road.
Regan Smith. And the caution flag is out.
Did you hit anything?
That's
yeah.
affirmative.
That's too bad. David Reagan was running 9th at the time of his problem. Regan Smith was running 20th, and the caution flag is out for the 9th time in this race. And all the work Jimmy Johnson did to get the lead on that restart, he's going to have to do all over again to hold the lead.
That's too bad for David Reagan, man. He had a good car today.
Yeah, it was at one point during the day in position to be in the top 20 in points if he could have gotten the win, but it didn't work out. Let's see what happened to Smith.
Yeah, it's like Mark Martin caught him.
Mark was just trying to slide in behind Regan Smith and misjudged just enough to send Regan Smith spinning.
There's kind of awful lot going on there.
Trying to get a caution here.
And at that spot, there's no safer barrier on the wall there. Butt driven. What's the wiggle going to be that costs Gordon the win or Johnson the chance to make a run at him? Lost some time there.
Yeah, Jimmy said, I got to try something.
Yeah, that's where he'd made up a lot of his time.
2 to go.
Looks like they may not catch this traffic before the end of the race.
But it's probably still affecting their cars. They're close enough. Johnson gets a big run off of 2 now.
Coming to the white flag. So far, Gordon's been able to hold him off. Can he do it for another lap and a quarter? Johnson's gotten a big run off turn 4 several times on Gordon, but not been able to finish the pass. He slides this time. Gordon gets the big run.
By 3, white flag.
Last lap. Gordon gaining some ground. Can he hang on?
Oh, Jimmy Johnson sideways as he went to the gas hard.
Look at him. Sliding off the corner. Half a lap to go. There is lap traffic ahead. We've had fantastic finishes in Atlanta. Will this be another side-by-side run to the checkers? It's going to be a sideways run to the checkers. Johnson tries to get there. Can't get it done. Career win number 85. Jeff Gordon, third on NASCAR's all-time win list.
Wow. That's some driving right there.
Second, but I think we'll see this racetrack widen out even more than what we did last night in the nationwide race.
Double wide, A.J. Allmendinger, 43. Jeff Burton, 31. That's for 7th and 8th places. Only in the 71 cars in the wall. Caution flag is out.
Saw Andy Lally lock the wheels up, get in turn 1 on the very first lap. I don't know what happened here, but I did see that earlier out of this car.
Lally was running 36th at the time and has had the back end of his car rearranged after some contact. Looks like Mike Bliss in the 32.
3 is a tough spot to enter side by side at times. Car really wants to get loose.
3 and 5, Clint Boyer, Mark Martin racing for 4th and 5th. 2 years back when trouble there, Boyer spinning around in turn 4. And trouble behind him. About a half a dozen cars going to pile up in the aftermath.
88 car's got a little damage in the front. Quite a bit, actually.
Yes, sir.
That could be radiator right there, too.
This is what qualifying back in the pack gets you when you're behind all of this stuff.
A few years back when Dale Earnhardt passed away, NASCAR fans started this tradition of being silent on lap 3 of the race that was picked up and run with to pay tribute to him. For its tribute to those lost in the 9/11 tragedies tonight, NASCAR has asked fans and broadcasters to be silent for laps 9 through 11. We start lap 9 right now. Spun around and ended with about a half a dozen others in the jam.
Looked like it was going to be innocent enough. I mean, Clint Boyer got his left front down on the apron there, got him loose up into the 0-0 of David Rudiman. It looked out of the way, but then things started happening. Looks like maybe Junior got in the back of Matt Kenseth in the 17, and that a lot of things happening after that.
33 car, Boyer was going to be able to just drive away with no damage other than that contact right there. And then, boy, did it break loose behind him.
Racing for 3rd spot at the time.
Yeah, it does look, and that just caused everybody.
Yeah, you can see Hamlin hard into the outside wall.
Riding here with Clint Boyer.
Hang on to it, lock it down, hold the brake,
And with Dale Jr.
Take it out, watch me, go low, keep coming there. Go low, keep coming low, watch it.
So an early twisted plot here at Richmond. Dale Jr. and Denny Hamlin both damaged in a wreck in lap number 8. Working on their cars. Andy Lally's car in the garage area as well after damage from the first caution. And trouble turn 2. That's Casey Kane. And we're under the yellow for a 3rd time.
A big break for Denny Hamlin, who wasn't that far in front of leader Jimmy Johnson. He was trying to keep from going that 2nd lap down.
Left rear corner is pushed in pretty good.
A big break for Kurt Busch.
Yeah, huge break for Kurt Busch.
He was trying to get to pit road with pit under green. He just couldn't get there.
Yeah, actually worked out in his favor there, not being able to get down.
And see what brought out our 3rd caution of this race.
Slow up in front of you, slow up high, slow up high, slow up high, slow up high.
Little contact.
And the caution is out.
From behind. Yellow fever early on tonight here in Richmond. Doc got some troubles there with Martin Truex.
Absolutely. One of the drivers thought he might have an outside chance to get in the chase, and has already been on pit road twice because of damage in that incident a few laps ago to repair some of the bars in the back and pull some sheet metal away.
That's
Trouble.
Marcus Ambrose, Doc, going around off turn 2.
We got wrecked.
I think if we could come up with
buddy.
I think if we came up with a theme for this night, it's that all those guys with that shot at getting into the championship,
in trouble.
They're all in trouble in the early going, in one form or another. So what's put the yellow out this time?
Dale Jr. getting a little piece of the 9 car there. But that's short track racing. That's what we talked about was going to happen at Richmond here.
Yeah, what happened, he had a lot of cars in front of this group that did not have new tires, and almost every one of these cars from Junior back had new tires.
Yeah, and actually looked like Ambrose probably had to check up to keep from getting into the 6 car of David Reagan. Junior was in the throttle coming off the corner, just happened to get into the back of him.
Clear.
Yeah, you could see Ambrose's car slow down right there as Junior was accelerating.
Clear, all clear. Good job.
Kyle Busch doing it proud tonight, running 4th behind McMurray, Harvick, and the leader, Jimmy Johnson. Trouble in turn 4. Casey Kane with a hard hit again.
That was with his teammate, Brian Vickers.
If I saw that right, Kane took a double hit there. He went up to the top side hard, and then down to the inside.
See him moving in the car, and there goes the winner now. That's a good sign. Man, he hit hard.
Wow. Casey Kane, one of those guys that started this day with an outside, really outside shot at trying to make the championship, but boy.
You see the 2 teammates racing side by side, but Marcus Ambrose gets into the left rear of Brian Vickers. His teammates on the outside, nowhere to go. Casey Kane's had a very hard night here, getting hit a couple of different times, hard licks here.
And just like you said, Dale, it's more 3 wide entering the corner than I remember here. A lot of aggressive driving.
That was a race for 26th position.
It's not normally somewhere that you put yourself in a 3 wide, and it wasn't even a door or
really
a slide opening there at all that Ambrose.
Clear it up any more if you can. Please, hit roll. Up. Oh, hit pit road here. Hit pit road.
I'll tell you, he's not Vickers. He's just not happy about what happened there.
You can't blame him for that.
I don't blame him at all.
Let's see right here. Oh, yeah.
NASCAR has told Brian Vickers to take that car to the garage area and keep it there for a while.
I think that's where he was headed anyway.
Extremely fast through the corner, which allows him to carry more speed there, and then shoots off the corner. So, really solid car.
Juan Pablo Montoya behind the wheel of his 42 car, up from 10th starting spot, running second, trying to close in on the leader, getting information from the spotter on the roof and the crew chief on the pit box.
40 to hit 60. Dude, you are hauling. I want you to save the brakes. We got 300 laps to go. Copy that. Nice and smooth entering. You're fine, dude.
Caution flag out, got a car up against the wall off turn number 2.
It's like Mike Bliss, right front down.
Behind the 42, here's a big gap. We'll go behind the 48 right here. Come down, come down, come down.
Contact earlier with another car could have been part of the problem of pushing that right front fender in on the tire.
And so the yellow out for the 6th time in this race. And there's a lot of damage on that 32 car.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers who are glad to see that, and they weren't the cause of the caution. See right there when the tire lets go. That's a safer barrier, but that's still a hard lick.
Kyle Busch got caught a lap down after he had to pit under green. Looks like he might get this lucky dog this time.
Well, got a caution over in turn 2, the 38 car, in contact with the 88.
Kevin Harvick leading the most laps so far tonight. The caution flag is out. And get closer to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series with unlimited access to highlights, news, and more. Learn more at sprint.com/speed.
Dale Jr. needed that caution.
That's Travis Kvapil.
Jr. had the leader bearing down on him, put him down 2 laps.
Travis Kvapil was running in 29th position at the time of his trouble over in turn number 2.
Yeah, he's been battling the 88 car, trying to get by him, and it just got by him entering turn 1. And
ooh, that's at the start-finish line. So I'm feeling payback.
Well, let's see.
That Junior took exception to that. Yeah.
What do you think? Looks like payback to me. You see Harvick right there behind Dale Earnhardt Jr.
So that'll be point counterpoint.
As you said earlier, sometimes you just have to handle these things yourself. Junior decided to do that, it looked like.
Oh, and a big slide off the 2 there. Biff had it kind of hung out.
Yeah, I haven't seen Biffle's car handle all that well. I always get a little concerned putting 2 tires on a car that's not handling great. But so far, it's working okay.
Looks like it takes a while for that 2-tire strategy to not work very well. It seems like the 2 tires work good for a few laps.
You see Harvick and Edwards doing a really nice job there, giving each other a little bit of room. Harvick's car really strong up off the corner.
And for the lead, here he comes.
Trouble on the front stretch, 51 car spins.
That's Landon Castle. And the caution flag is out.
Stay on the grass, nothing flat. Dang it, did I just lose it there?
Landon Castle running 24th at the time, went for a spin. Well, he
work on it a little bit though. Well, contact there. Ron Smith has a pretty good save.
Wow. Whoa. Good driving there by Regan Smith.
It's barely quarter.
That was kind of like a few different things all happening at the same time off the same court. David Reagan in the 6 at one of his better racetracks. If you got to go someplace and have a win and a shot to get in night. Oh, trouble, turn 1, back of the pack. Regan Smith and Paul Menard. Smith was actually the secondary incident. There was contact in the pack that sent Menard pretty hard into the outside wall at the right front of that 27 car. And yellow flag number 9 is waiting.
Looks like this will end Paul Menard's slim hopes of getting in the chase.
Yeah. His only chance was to win the race.
Yeah, he's going to have to work on this car in the garage for a little while. Whoa, man, he's a pretty hard lick right there.
Yeah, that happened entering the corner. Like one of those situations, they're almost 3 wide again. You can see.
Like almost 2 separate
incidents. Yeah, it's like something was on the racetrack almost down there as they entered the corner. You can see Regan Smith
sideways there for Jimmy. Kind of looked like the end of the Atlanta race last week for a minute.
Here comes Kurt Busch now. Well, watch that last run. He was one of the fastest cars during that run, especially after they put some laps on the tires. I expected him to come up to the front once they do put some laps on this run, and so was Jeff Gordon.
Let's get an update on Jimmy Johnson. Sliding back a little bit.
Well, he's trying to, Alan, but he says the car is loose in and loose off, and that's been the first time all night that they've really felt like that's been a handling issue that's detrimental to him, and he gets caught in the back end and into the wall.
Johnson in trouble. Montoya also goes around. Caution number 10.
2 more, you can start the roll. You can, clear. Again, fellas. Which port?
Yeah,
he locked it
up
up.
the brakes. Yeah, his car was loose getting down in there. He tried to drive it in, and just locked up the front tires. That just slid up into the 48.
And you saw Montoya there in the aftermath.
Looks like that Kurt just charged the corner a little bit too hard, locked the front wheels up, and shot the front end straight up into Jimmy.
Right along with Kurt Busch down into turn 1. As soon as you get on the brakes that hard, you lock them up, the car just goes straight.
Close call.
And they will go to work 4 tires. They know Kyle has a good enough car here if they are going to be patient enough to get him back. Again, they're trying to tighten up a little bit to get better drive off. Dave.
Trouble turn number 2. It is Kurt Busch who's gone around. Brought the caution flag out.
Got another car, Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, well.
Huh.
Imagine that.
Hard
came
to believe
together
those two
again.
would be into something here.
11th caution of the race.
I got your number. I got your number.
Well, we know what happened there now.
I think the both of you have had each other's number for a little while now.
Wow. He went sideways to get to it.
He had to work hard to get there. Took some talent.
He's a 5-time champ.
Oh, this will be an interesting picture.
All clear.
Not quite.
The throttle could have hung.
Agent.
So, Newton's law, an action and an equal and opposite reaction. There it is. If I had my high school. Cautions just come out at Richmond. You can pretty plainly see why. Jeff Burton, flat tire and into the wall. And pit road is open for the lead lap cars. Carlin to the Virginia native. It wasn't fun. We'll be back for the restart.
Got a way to beat him.
The Dodges are awfully strong. Well, they have to be really excited about getting these two into the chase. Only Dodges really out here. Ambrose trouble again. Off of 2.
Off of 2. Caution flag is out.
Yellow's out. We got the leader into 1 here. Turn around. We got 1 more coming. All right. Come on.
Marcos Ambrose, 3rd time's the charm for him to
3 wide again. Dave Blaney in the 35 here tonight for Tommy Baldwin.
He got a little high and wide into that corner, kind of opened that hole up.
Well, Jimmy Johnson's been around.
So Keselowski back to 7th place.
Trouble.
Up to 6th.
Clint Boyer got into the
cars in the wall. Turn 1. Yellow flag number 14.
Coming there. After 7, come on.
I don't know if Clint Boyer had a problem. He just never turned the car. Mark Martin had gone by on the inside and he got into the left rear Rudiman.
And the free pass on this caution is going to go to Marcos Ambrose. Pole tonight was running 18th.
Yeah, Boyer kind of locked up the brakes. He was trying to stay off of them, get off of him. That just makes the car go to the right. And looks like he got it extremely loose, solid. But Jeff Gordon's out, just making nice, solid laps.
And the only way David Reagan. Caution is out, and this changes everything.
Keep going here. You can, because it's full fire.
Paul Menard.
I think the right rear's down.
Paul Menard, winner at Indianapolis of the Brickyard 400, involved in contact earlier tonight that did all that damage to that 27 car. Put him up in the wall in turn 1.
Can he get to his back bumper down into turn 3?
Are we going to see the bump and run? Final corner.
Can't get there.
Kevin Harvick's going to get the run up off the turn and get to the checkered flag first. Momentum. Win number 4. Kevin Harvick takes the checkered flag to
know how these cool temperatures are really going to affect the balance of their cars.
Jimmy Johnson through to 5th in the 48 car. And Denny Hamlin. Heard from him extensively. Oh, look out, trouble. Allmendinger sideways.
He may keep it off the wall if he doesn't get hit. Oh, what a save.
That was a save.
Caution flag is out. That might be the save of the year right there.
Maybe the decade. And I know we're short the end of this decade. But
yeah, we're early. It's still early.
I think there's a message about to be delivered here. This is racing for 7th place.
Yeah, that was a case that A.J. Allmendinger didn't feel like that Denny Hamlin was up there far enough. He was making his wide, normal arc into the corner. Denny thought I believe that he was going to be able to get that spot.
And from that shot, they went under the bridge right when the contact took place.
I'm telling you, you don't do that here normally. What a great job.
That was a heavy slide, but a nice save.
Look at the black mark.
Pit road open. You see none of the front runners are going to take, except Allmendinger, who's going to lose a lot of turns. Has now led the most laps in this race. He's been out in front for 79 of the 136 laps that are about to be completed today here at Dover. Check out NASCAR.com/RaceBuddy to watch coverage live from Dover today. Follow your favorite drivers for free with 8 live camera views. So, the pattern at Dover has changed in recent years. We've seen long green flag runs. That looks like Casey Mears. And wow, 32 car Mike Bliss just about collected him. Caution is out for the slow-moving 13 car.
I think he may have blown a tire. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there.
Watch that right
front. I see some debris. I thought I saw some debris coming out of this car.
And his problem, because of the field being spread out, he wasn't going to have a chance to get back down.
Right here, he's just trying to stay out of the way Casey Mears was in this 13. Here comes Mike Bliss. It's like, whoa! Where did that car come from?
Just gets against the wall there.
Yeah, there's no grip up there. There's all that dust and everything. All the dirt off the bottom of the racetrack goes to the top, so Mike has hardly no grip. That was a great job right there.
Caution out, caution in replay. J.J. Yaley in this 38 car. And the Monster Mile wall.
Get out of the groove here.
I think he had a right front tire going down there. Sent him up. Yeah, I believe he was actually on the inner liner to that point, and then it blew out as he...
Steve Addington says he's going to make an air pressure adjustment on the right side and also a little wedge assistance to try to give Kurt the best car he can have on this final stint. Doc?
On the 4 car of Casey Kane, a few minutes ago, Kenny Francis told his driver he thought there may be some weather about 30 minutes out. Caution on the racetrack, guys.
Trouble on the back straightaway. Mike Bliss has crashed in the 32. Ninth caution of the race.
We're done.
Mike was running in 31st place at the time.
Front end. Try to drive it over here to us here. I can't even turn.
Yeah, you see the front end is compressed into the front tire, so he's not going to be able to steer it.
Brought us under the caution flag.
Yeah, it just gets loose coming up out of turn 2. We talked about the 9 degrees of banking on these straightaways, and it just throws you down to the inside. Not much room there.
This track is so unforgiving when you spin. That's why it was such an incredible feat when we saw that.
4th place now they're racing for. Mike Bliss examined and released from the infield medical center after that crash a few minutes ago. So, last time, Kurt Busch gave Jimmy Johnson fits for a few laps, then Jimmy drove away. Now Kurt has cleared him. Can Jimmy get around?
Yeah, and what Jimmy's thinking is he wants to get separated. Cars coming. Got
Greg Biffle off turn 4 on the front stretch. Into the inside wall. Caution's out. He was running 10th. Matt Kenseth was the closest car around him.
Let's take it to the truck.
Break for Brad Keselowski again, who's going to get back on the lead lap now.
Now he'll get that lap back that he needs.
Obviously couldn't tell from that angle if there was any contact or not, but no, it looks, you can see up in front there, Greg Biffle just lost it coming up out of turn 4. That kid has really spun the tires right there.
David Reagan 6, looking 3 wide to the inside. Contact with Casey Kane. Jeff Gordon's around. Look out, whole field behind him.
Boy, Kevin Harvick just did miss Casey Kane right there. I think he missed him.
Looks like there's really no damage on these cars. It looks like they're stalled.
Yeah, he just finally got into the top 10 tonight by being able to stay out there that last round.
Yeah, he got a huge break with that caution coming out like it did. Yeah, you can see David Reagan was down inside Casey Kane, and looked like Gordon just didn't give him enough room.
No, he didn't get enough, but David Reagan looked like he clipped the apron, and that shot him up the racetrack a little bit into the side of Casey Kane's number 4. Watch this right here. See the 6 car get down and go up. That forced him into Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, it really wasn't Jeff not leaving enough room. It was just the 6 car getting on the apron.
Oh, Kevin Harvick. I thought he was going to hit Casey Kane whenever we saw it at speed the first time.
Well, Jeff did a good job of trying to save that car. Stayed in the throttle.
With Kevin Harvick.
Oh, y'all think this is fun, do you?
Top is, you got to spin. Stay. It's going in the middle. Hell, I don't know where you're at.
I was with you.
One lane only. Outside. I couldn't see. I lost you. Went to the grass, man. I probably.
Look at Gordon Wheel that time.
Save it.
Yeah, he was standing in the throttle, trying to get it out of harm's way there.
Look. 36 to go. And again, the inside lane doesn't go.
Must not be a lot of grip down on that inside part. See, Denny Hamlin looked like he was going to take that second spot. Carl Edwards fighting back, though.
Edwards does hang on a second. Hamlin pestering him for that spot. Matt Kenseth, 17, looking for some running room.
Well, pretty impressive. Joe Gibbs Racing. They've been struggling on these mile-and-a-half racetrack. Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, first and third right now.
Oh, Greg Biffle scraping the wall. And Tony Stewart there hanging on. And Biffle into the wall.
Yeah, he might have had a tire going down.
Hold it up there. Hold it up there.
Caution out again.
Hold it up there. They're still coming.
Well, actually, it was that last bit of contact.
Yeah, I think I'd have to disagree with Greg there. I don't think I saw any contact from Tony Stewart that did that. Now, the air probably had to do with that.
Definitely a lot of space between the 2 cars coming off the corner. And that's what cut the tire right there. That contact, the secondary contact, which caused this hard lick.
All right, last lap.
Yeah, the previous lap it was Casey Kane who's coming up through the pack. Still Casey Kane again. Marcus Ambrose doing a great job tonight, running 4th. He's been solid, really, from start to finish.
How about that 9 car, Dave?
He has had a great night. Remember, he started 12th on the night. The car has been back and forth on the balance side. But the 9 car, Marcus Ambrose, whoa, as you look at Jimmy Johnson trying to pass Ryan Newman coming off before. That's a tight battle. They're still side by side there, Alan. Let's send it back to you, but don't forget about Ambrose. He finished 6th here in the spring.
And having a top 5 night hang on there. Jimmy Johnson, sideways.
Is he going to be able to save it?
No. What a hard hit.
We're done, guys. We're in it.
That was a hard lick. Man. He was doing everything he could to try to save it.
just what we've talked about all night is that air problem that you get being that car on the inside trying to make that pass.
The 5-time champ running 7th with 17 laps to go. Looking like he was fighting that car and trying to get all he could.
Well, he was going to take the spot away from Newman, but the problem he had was that 4-car, Casey Kane, was so fast coming from behind.
Sorry, fellas, that was my fault today.
Watch the back tires here.
We look at the wall, too. Can't imagine what that would have been like without that safer area.
Now, this is where we really have to thank NASCAR for all the hard work and efforts, the manufacturers, everyone involved that makes these race cars and these racetracks so much safer for the drivers.
Saw the hands start to go.
Yeah, and you can see in that position happens to everybody, even the very best in our sport.
Riding with Kyle Busch at Talladega Superspeedway later on tonight. Back live, Talladega. We are under green. An attempt to get to pit road for a green flag stop. We talked about it going to the break. It went wrong for Joey Logano and Kyle Busch because there was some other traffic slowing through the pack ahead of them. Kind of a complex situation. Bottom line, Logano's off the pace, Kyle lost his wingman, and we're still under green. Trevor Bayne and Robbie Gordon had gotten separated on the racetrack, so watch Bayne in the red and white 21.
Yeah, he's motioning and he's coming to the pit. Woo! Logano didn't get slowed down. Look at this save. I mean, this car is sideways. So from that point, he didn't go to pit road. Kyle Busch went all the way down pit road without stopping. Now the tire comes apart.
Caution will come out now.
On pit road, and look who's coming on the outside.
Yep, just as we suspected what might happen. Here's Denny Hamlin's hooked onto the back bumper of Kyle Busch. Going places in a hurry, Vince.
Well, and that's certainly been looking for a partner, Denny Hamlin, and he found one with Kyle Busch. Kyle and Denny are working with Denny's spotter, Curtis Markham. We've got a crash, guys.
Ryan Newman spinning off the tri-oval. Caution flag. Got some damage on the left front of that car. You see that front splitter all wrinkled up.
Yeah, the whole front end's tore off of it.
Looks like he may have gotten off in the trial of the grass. The lower half of the front end's gone.
And if he
drives that right front run, it's all the way down.
Yeah, where I was going with that. If he drives that back around the racetrack too quickly, his right front fender is going to end up looking like Joey Logano's.
He's got a lot of problems anyway, though. You can see right there in the trial of the grass.
That's just the air literally sucking that car around as he got up beside of David Rudeman when you're that close.
Hard to tell from that angle if that 00 was coming down at all.
Well, it just wasn't enough room there. And when you get this close to these cars, you can see, well, it's just that there's a lane there. That bottom lane, there's a little bit of where the pavement goes together and where the lanes were, it's a little uneven right there. And Ryan came up there with Tony pushing him, and it's just the uneasiness that you get going through the tri-oval and then another car taking the air off of it. It sent Ryan Newman spinning.
Trying to work for the 11 and 18. A little more complicated, guys.
Yeah, I think one of the things working against...
Oh, no, trouble. Allmendinger turned around. Kyle Busch makes contact. More cars involved. Harvick is in it, one of the championship drivers.
Lock it down there, AJ. Get it rolling here if you can.
McMurray involved. Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, second in the championship, starting the day. Front end damage to that 29 car.
Got a lot of damage to Kyle Busch, too. You can see that right front looks like it's headed the wrong way, like it might have a toe-in issue.
And that looked like maybe a push that the 43 of A.J. Allmendinger got through the tri-oval, which is probably the most dangerous part of this racetrack.
Watch the top there, the outside, 43 and 9.
Yeah, it's just a big run that they had. They were going extremely fast, but it's just literally the rear wheels start getting picked up, and then that turns you down the racetrack and into the other cars.
It goes back to the thing that the guy behind cannot see. And so Allmendinger was looked like he tried to check up a little bit because there wasn't quite enough room on the outside. And Ambrose just couldn't see that.
Yeah, he
right there.
Yeah, he was probably having to check up just a little bit to keep from running over Joey Logano and Tony Stewart right in front of him. But Marcus Ambrose having no idea, and it just takes a split second of cracking the throttle.
So Kyle Busch. And somehow didn't hit anything.
You can see Casey started to the outside like they were going to try to make a pass for the lead from Robbie Gordon and Trevor Bayne. And Brian Vickers got just to the right side of Casey's rear base.
And then as they came to the line, we all know what happened. Carl Edwards went upside down and Brad Keselowski got the win.
So coming up on the opening of that pit stop window, I believe it was Doc that reported to us a little while ago, anytime after lap 162, we could see the leaders make their final pit stops. Trouble. 71 car and a 32 in trouble. Andy Lally in the 71 on the outside wall. 32 is Terry Labonte.
I think these two cars have been running together.
Caution is out. All right, turns 3 and 4. Oh, that's Jimmy Johnson.
Stay low, stay low. 71 is wrecked there. Let him up there, no pressure. Come on up there, Jimmy, if you need it.
Just behind Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle, and that's a hit on the right front of that 48 car.
Yeah, that's a pretty severe hit right there in the right front of the 48 car Jimmy Johnson.
It's a good job by Jimmy not to regret.
Walking my way, it's just how I want to do it, changing up my...
Trouble at Talladega has brought out the caution flag for the 8th time. Bobby Labonte climbing from his car after a hard crash in turn number 2. Labonte turned out of that big pack that was drafting all the way up into the outside wall and then collecting Kurt Busch on his way back down across the racetrack. It's Michael Waltrip in the 15 behind Labonte in the 47.
Landon Castle got a piece of that also. See here.
Well, Kurt Busch. Hard look for Kurt Busch and Bobby Labonte.
It looked like that when we had followed Michael Waltrip and Bobby Labonte that Bobby was really loose with his car. He wasn't able to turn it a lot of times and would have to chase it up the track. And you're right,
Wow.
that was a really hard lick there at the end.
You just know where to go for Kurt Busch.
Look at how high the back wheels of that car came off the ground in that hit. Just an indicator of how hard that collision was. He's that lap by half a car length. 8 laps to go.
Look at Jeff Gordon.
Wow, trouble right there. Martin and Hamlin and Regan Smith with a hard crash.
In front of you there. Stay focused. Stay coming down. Watch him coming down. Watch him.
Caution is out, as you see. Contact in that pack in turn number 2 and a heavy, heavy crash for Regan Smith in that 78 car. Denny Hamlin involved, Mark Martin involved. And the safety workers there at Regan Smith's car. See what happened here. Kind of ran into a roadblock. Gordon and Martin did.
Boy, he just about clipped Jeff Gordon too right there. Regan Smith did. You can see that. But it was like Mark got detached from the 24 of Jeff Gordon just a little bit. Denny Hamlin stuck his nose in there, but Mark came back down just enough to trigger that. You can see it got Jeff Gordon loose. That's what happened right there. He had to get out. And then Mark, as he tries to get back to Gordon, the 11 is there.
And another aspect of this racing, DJ, Joey Logano in that 20 can't see through Denny Hamlin's car, so even if Denny has lifted off the gas there, he's got no idea.
No. Wow, well, just look how close. I mean, he just skimmed the back bumper of Jeff Gordon's car. Marcus Ambrose coming by, gets a little bit of damage. Let's see, once again, Matt Kenseth and David Reagan sneaking by one more time.
See this, when Mark hits that right rear, just the angle that it sends Regan Smith into the wall is tremendous.
Yeah, and it looked like what happened was Jeff Gordon had to check up just a little bit. He was closing on Tony.
White flag, down to the final lap. Can anybody run up and catch Burton and Boyer? They've got some ground to make up if they're going to do it. Shuffling around in this pack.
8 of the last 12 races here have been decided on the last lap.
Dave Blaney first to break from the traffic with Brad Keselowski. Here come Brian Vickers and Casey Kane. Whole knot of cars behind them. But Jeff Burton is a half a lap from victory. This far clear of the pack. Does Boyer pull out and try and win?
There's a chance that Boyer might try to pull out and win when they get to the trial.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Does the pack have a chance to run him down?
Side over there, you and him. No pressure.
Side by side in contact. The pack is not going to catch him. They bounce off again. Clint Boyer gets the win.
I don't know who won that. Good job, Clint.
Another frantic Talladega finish.
What to expect from it because they made a lot of changes to this 14 car.
Trouble in turn 1. Kurt Busch around, and look at that. Denny Hamlin, whole track, half the track anyway, is blocked, and the field stopped behind him.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon got a small piece of that. I don't think he's got much damage, though.
That's Mike Skinner, 37 car. There's Junior, Denny Hamlin, Jeff Burton.
It's a big mess down there.
As they get down into 1, you can see Dale Jr. just didn't have enough room, ran up over that pink curbing that's down on the inside now. That threw him up into the 22 of Kurt Busch.
Yeah, it looked like Junior was doing all he could to stay off of Kurt Busch. Drive down. Yeah, he's just not quite up far enough.
Hold the brakes. Just stay up there. Don't come down. Don't come down. Don't come down. Do not come down.
Denny Hamlin ends up sideways. Allmendinger, Burton. It's a unique feature of this racetrack at Martinsville, that curb on the inside of the corners.
Yeah, and it creates havoc just like that throughout the day. It's something that actually a driver going in there that maybe just got past can kind of use it to their advantage to keep a car from getting up beside him. There's more damage on Jeff Gordon's car than I first thought. Jamie, whoever you're racing. So it's a day, again, of patience just letting your car do the work. That's the key thing.
Kenseth now able to get back in line. Trouble, turn 3. Dave Blaney, 36, was first around, and then this other with Regan Smith and Brian Vickers, 78 and 83, was in the jam-up of everybody stomping that brake pedal.
Brian Vickers has been kind of the victim twice of that very thing. Not involved in the first incident, but as he slowed down.
There was a lot of heavy racing going on behind this incident, and so everybody was trying to dive inside of each other going in turn 3, and then this wreck happened.
And one of them ended up facing the wrong way on the racetrack.
You can just see how things got jammed up. Blaney got out, and the one of Jamie McMurray just ran all over him there. So
I'm going to throw a little wrinkle on that one at you, Dale. If we see that again, watch Joey Logano in the 20 and see if he didn't push McMurray into Blaney.
Yeah, and then you can see Brian Vickers, he had already committed heavily to get into turn 3 and ended up getting into Regan Smith and getting airborne.
Yeah, Smith had damage in that first incident also. So once you get back there, it makes it tough.
Caution flags out again. That's not the first impact for Jamie McMurray's car under this very brief yellow flag period so far, but you can see Jamie walking away from the car after a very hard hit that set off, well, let's just go show you. Easier to show you than to explain the whole thing. McMurray and Brian Vickers here, 1 and 83, going down into turn 3.
Well, I'm going to give Brian Vickers the benefit that he got a little loose right there.
Hard shot for McMurray there.
You might give him the benefit, but I'm not sure McMurray's going to.
His wheels are right, and he had his brakes locked up, so all of that combined.
It's a big hit for Jamie. Listen to this. So as McMurray starts to drive away from the accident scene, he leaves some things behind. Those are the batteries from his car, now laying on the racetrack. And then when Vickers comes by, McMurray, well, I know baseball season just ended, but we'll call that a swing and a miss.
For sure.
Well,
didn't really miss.
All right, how about a foul ball then?
Yeah.
What do you call it, Dale, a change-up?
Yeah, he was expecting a change-up and got the fastball there, so.
I don't have any power, just so you know. Your battery's on the ground up here.
Yeah, that might be why, right there.
Oh, boy. So, a boil over. Still early at Martinsville. Plenty of time to go. And the 5th caution flag already, and we're still shy of 100 laps. Some cars pitted on pit road. The top 21 as they run on the racetrack now stayed out. Some of those who pitted: Jeff Gordon, Dale Jr., David Reagan, Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, Casey Kane, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Matt Kenseth, Vickers, and I wrote Kane's number down twice, so I won't say his name again. and A.J. Allmendinger, 43, going to work on adding one to the 42's position running on the racetrack.
Yeah, you see Casey Mears in that 13 car up there today. Doing a great job. Out trouble on the front straightaway.
Oh, look out, Bobby Labonte. Oh, and Casey Kane. And Kurt Busch barely squeezed through there.
No caution.
Still green.
I think we're going to have to throw it. Bobby Labonte stopped here.
There he goes. We stay under green. Bobby was 15th. Now he's a lap down. 7 different drivers have led. We talked about Bobby Labonte getting turned around off of turn 4 a minute ago, but no caution. Here's what happened.
See, Dave Blaney just happened to get into the left rear. Bobby Labonte spun him.
Woo! Did Kurt Busch barely get through there?
A couple of others just barely snuck by there.
Outside. You see it.
Very nice.
Outside.
Jimmy Johnson. And a race for 3rd. Back to live action. Allmendinger's gotten through to 2nd. Here's Montoya. And Ambrose and around.
All right, we got front end damage. We got down by the 42. Let's get going if you can, Mark. Let's just stay high.
Caution number 6.
Montoya wheel hops this a little bit getting in. Yeah, just drove it in. Just couldn't get the car turned down. Drove it in too hard in trying to make the pass.
From Kevin Harvick. Well, it doesn't take much.
Stay low, stay in it. Caution's out.
Well, just after he got spun around on the front stretch and no caution came out for him, Bobby Labonte was the first car lap down, and so he gets the Aaron's Lucky Dog free pass. First car lap down, we'll come back around onto the lead lap in 32nd position.
And how about the 2 car, 4th in the point standing? Brad Keselowski having issues with the front and back of the car, and guys, the yellow waving on the racetrack.
What a shock, Doc. Joey Logano turned around in turn 4 off the front bumper of another.
Damage pretty bad.
It would be the 88 car whose front bumper assisted Logano in his spin. Racing for 18th spot, and caution out here after the longest green flag run we've had all race so far. And a race funny. Big advantage Kyle Busch had, and here is...
Yep. Another example, just getting down into the corner a little bit hard. You can see the 88 of Dale Jr. just get in there, wheel hop just a little bit, had to correct back to the right.
Bring it to him. Well, keep coming there, keep coming. Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
And the pit road is open.
I still feel the summer rains that graced our back since we went down the lane.
When your car is more than just a car to you, the right insurance matters. Are you getting the coverage options you need and the discounts you deserve? For an agent or quote, call 800-MY-COVERAGE or visit Travelers.com.
I love this card. With the Bank Americard Cash Rewards credit card,
we earn more cash back for the things we buy most.
That's 1% cash back everywhere, every time. 2% on groceries.
3% on gas, automatically. No hoops to jump through.
That's 1% cash back on Oscar.
Tony.
Oscar.
2% back on whatever she'll eat. 3% back on filling up this baby.
Now get 1, 2, 3% cash back.
It's that simple.
Apply online or at a Bank of America near you.
We're talking 3% back on gas.
Is that raw chicken?
Yeah.
What's that dripping from that air conditioner?
Cool it?
What's that smell?
Is that the time?
Please.
It is. Everything seems tip-top to me. I will see you next year.
Hey fans, customize my gear only at the NASCAR.com Superstore.
As you saw, caution out, David Gilliland with troubles. In turn 1, the leaders all on pit road with 137 laps to go. Mike?
We're a couple of laps short. If you get what you got on fuel mileage this last run, we're right on the number, and we should make it. Now, my question is, as you saw a moment ago, if he runs the way he's running, he can leave here as the points leader.
Well, Doc, not going to have to probably worry about that because the caution is out and the picture changes. Constant adjustment by the crew chief. Jeff Burton turned around, running 14th at the time. He, 2 laps before, had a big wiggle up off turn number 2 as far as the time to fill it all. Ooh, how about that? A little chain reaction.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So let's see. Was that Ryan Newman was the cue ball, and Kurt Busch was the other ball that you hit the combination into the corner pocket.
22 balls, but he hit him.
Jeff Burton ended up in the pocket. NASCAR Nonstop, presented by AT&T.
Trying to hold Denny Hamlin back to get a good finish out of this. Here he is running second.
This is an incredible job that Tony's done today. They've got one around over in 3 and 4. He may get going again.
That's Hermie Sadler, 71 car.
No yellow just yet.
He's right in the middle of the race.
Caution is out. You saw that black smoke shoot out of the exhaust pipes. Started it, stalled it, got it restarted again and spun it around. But by then the leaders were coming off too at speed, and NASCAR had no choice. Come in and top off the fuel and get fresh tires. Regan Smith, Mark Martin, Joey Logano.
Wow.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
Like that was a little payback. Hermie had to pay the price.
Time to go NASCAR Nonstop, presented by AT&T.
Pretty amazing the adjustment they've made is see some contact.
Oh, trouble. Greg Biffle is spun around, and the caution's out.
Got left rear spoiler damage here.
That's a pretty big damage. Caution number...
Sorry, guys.
13.
I think we might be all right.
It looked like Harvick had gotten into Tony Stewart, and Jeff Gordon was getting ready to go 3 wide, but then this happened behind him.
Yeah, it looked like Biffle just got in a little bit hot, couldn't turn down, got into the side of Ryan Newman, and basically took himself out then and trying to stay off any more. But he wheel hops a little here.
Oh, yeah.
You can see it.
Big
rear.
See that left rear tire jumping off the ground.
Now you can know your home inside and out. Introducing MyLowe's, a revolutionary new way to keep track of, organize, and manage your entire home. Go to Lowe's.com to register and learn more. Lowe's, never stop improving.
Televised in 175 countries. Broadcast in 24 languages. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Championship ends in Miami. And you can be there. Get fired up. The world is watching. Sunday, November 20th at Homestead Miami Speedway. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Championship Ford 400. Tickets start at $55 and they're going fast. Call 866-409-RACE or homesteadmiamispeedway.com.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Count him out now.
Jimmy Johnson does not pit. Almost all the other front runners do. Jamie and Matt Kenseth involved in what brought us to the caution flag.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're hard to drive like
Holy
that.
Cow. You see how high the back of that car came up?
And then he had the brakes on so hard the wheels were hopping.
Yeah, they had battled for probably 6 or 8 laps.
Looked like a fairly clean pass that Vickers had made on him.
Yellow's out.
That
Yellow.
was a race for 8th place. And if you're Matt Kenseth, you're involved in this championship, you've got a lot to lose if this 83 car tends to come back out onto the racetrack and exact a little bit of revenge. So a lot going on, a lot of drama, a lot of intrigue as we get to the final laps at Martinsville.
Now he sees an opportunity to win.
31 Burton, 00 Ruderman did not hit.
Trouble. Kyle Busch, Matt Kenseth around.
And so is the 18. Montoya's involved.
Bigger story, 17 car, Matt Kenseth. Second in the championship, up against the wall.
With
Big
a lot
damage.
of damage. Looks like they can get it fixed and get him back out there, though, without losing too much. Nope, take that back. Looks like he's broken the track bar.
Oh, boy.
He'll be making a trip to the garage.
Watch Kenseth and watch Kyle Busch.
See, Matt's already locking it up, getting into the corner. He'd gotten in too hard. See the smoke.
He said on that little bit of radio, we just heard him say, I thought I heard him say the right front was down when he went into the corner, or went down when he hit the brakes.
You see a lot of shake right before that.
Oh, man. Spinner.
Johnson clear of Burton. Here comes Tony Stewart inside of Burton for second. 14 car through to the number 2 spot. Jeff Gordon under David Ruderman. Brad Keselowski with a nudge on the 00. And a car spinning around. Ryan Newman No caution. Yes, caution.
22 got us there.
Number 17. Yellow flag number 17.
Wow. What's the record?
I believe it's 21.
We still got time.
Yep.
See Kurt Busch just getting sideways there, down into the corner, bounced up into Ryan Newman. We had seen that earlier where it was a little reversed whenever Newman bounced into the 22, who then
hit somebody else.
Yeah,
It's been so many, I can't remember.
Yeah, losing track now.
Let's move forward. After that slip back. Caution. Trouble turn 4. Brian Vickers is around. Yellow number 18. So much for Jimmy Johnson's gap.
I think Brian's been involved about half of those.
He's certainly been his fair share of them here today. This is going to be interesting now.
Which part? Just the restart and the racing?
Yeah, this is going to put Jeff Gordon on the inside of the second row. It might be a good spot for him with his 4 fresh tires.
Oh my. That's what that was. Matt Kenseth had just come back on the racetrack.
I think he might have done this Red Bull Toyota in now.
We're done.
Yep, there's your answer. I mean, he's caved that front end so bad now, I think the radiator's toast.
And Kenseth, by the way, 23 laps down in 31st place. After the race for 9th and 10th gone wrong a little while ago. 8th, 9th, and 10th, excuse me. This was the race for position I was alluding to. Brian Vickers had raced Matt hard for several laps. And then Matt said, I didn't like that.
No.
I don't know if that's enough time, but he definitely has better tires. Gordon does.
So the key for him here, he's got to stick to the inside and force Tony Stewart wide, right?
Yeah, and then does he use up the back bumper of his teammate Jimmy Johnson?
I say yes.
I say absolutely, probably.
Interesting.
Yeah, we saw the truck race yesterday. The same thing kind of happened. The guy in 3rd place kind of snuck by 2 guys up front racing each other side by side and moved up the track and left an opening.
That guy was Denny Hamlin. He's on the outside of that 3rd row.
Might be too far back to make it up in 3 laps.
I can remember a race here in Martinsville when 2 of the sport's best went into turn 3 on the last lap, tangled and took each other out, and the guy in 3rd won the race.
Yeah, don't count out Kevin Harvick there in 4th either.
3 to go. Oh, Junior nudged around. He and Logano tangled.
Keselowski goes around.
Around here. No caution. Keep rolling. Come on. No caution. Need to roll here.
And Stewart trying to get around Jimmy Johnson.
He's got him cleared off 4.
To the lead. Tony Stewart, 2 laps to go. Do they get to the white flag without another yellow? Can Johnson get the Stewart's back bumper? Here they come.
Joey Logano into the wall.
Far in the wall.
Hard.
Turn 3.
White flag's out, though.
Logano still driving around. We are on the last lap. Stewart, Johnson, Gordon. Will there be a bump and run? He's going to try it. Johnson gets there, but not enough. Tony Stewart wins at Martinsville. Clint Boyer spinning around in the final corner. Just shy of the finish. How about Tony Stewart, who's run
Get the flag, man.
so poorly at this racetrack the last couple of races? They got the up front starting spot when qualifying was rained out. They got shuffled back. They used strategy to get back to the front, and a timely win in his bid for the championship.
I've seen some gutsy runs, but that one right there, they dug deep. This whole team did. Tony by staying on the lead lap when they were trying to lap him, coming around here and working on this car. This is incredible. Nothing feels better than a win like this.
Oh, you're talking about them running poorly. Recently, they ran poorly in the middle of this race. Almost getting lapped and then fought back, made some changes. Here they are.
How about our Goodyear winning moment from Tony Stewart?
We gave these fans their money's worth today.
Great run today by Regan Smith, the winner this year at Darlington. Remember, they have Earnhardt Childress Racing engines, good horsepower, cars a little bit loose on exit. Smith well.
Kevin Harvick came into this chase looking to make a move. He said everything is critical. We can afford no mistakes. They just haven't had the car they've needed so far. He leaves with 4 tires and an air pressure adjustment. Crash on the track.
Jeffrey Bodine.
Good save. Come on, Montoya. What an idiot.
Casey Kane on pit road. Brian Vickers.
Yeah, looks like the Brian Vickers got into the back of Jeffrey Bodine. Yeah, turned him right into Montoya. But Brian thinks he's still at Martinsville.
Have to look back further in that to see who was just coming off the pit road. And
yeah, there's a lot of speed difference right there when they were making those pit stops, trying to get off pit road. People trying to position themselves to get on the pit road.
And this adds to a frustrating season for Montoya.
Well, those that had not pitted yet include the leaders. Matt Kenseth going to be quickly to his stall, Dave.
Yes, he will, and quickly on the adjustments again. It's an air pressure adjustment. They're going to take air pressure out of the right side tires, reduced from what it was before. Matt said it's still just a little bit tight across the center of each corner. Vince?
Marcus Ambrose, bottom left, comes in third place. Still says...
Can't lose any more positions here. We'll get you fixed up, and they're talking about pitting within the next 10 laps.
Thanks, Jamie. Solid drive so far today for David Reagan. And right behind Reagan is A.J. Allmendinger in the 43. Speaking of solid drives. Nice job by the 43 team today, Vince.
I tell you what, when you look at what Greg Irwin, the crew chief, and A.J. Allmendinger have done since they got together at the Brickyard, it's been impressive. We got a crash, and it's the 5-time champion, Jimmy Johnson.
In the grass on the front stretch, off of turn 4. He was running in 9th position at the time.
There you go, right here, 4 tires.
Didn't have to go forward to his pit stall. He spun down through the grass. Just drove right over to the pit stall.
What they were trying to do is just change those tires. What happened here?
Like he just spun off of turn 4.
That happens even to the best. Get a loose race.
Reasonably well.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're going to face on the outside lane as we have these restarts throughout the day. You see how far Jamie McMurray is falling back.
Edwards and Stewart falling in line, nose to tail, 6th and 7th spots.
Now, Allmendinger started off on the outside of the front rows, back to 5th.
There's for 2nd place. Martin Truex Jr. in the 56 is through the runner-up spot behind leader Matt Kenseth.
We're seeing a lot more give and take.
Trouble.
Well, didn't get it out of my mouth.
Corner. David Reagan in the 6, Regan Smith in the 78.
I was going to say we were seeing more give and take because the track is green. It looks like that pace was ran out.
Damage, fairly hard.
It's part of the track. Easy to get loose, especially beside a car. Almost took Casey Kane out. Kind of synchronized spinning right there.
Yeah, that was very well synchronized. It was almost really 2 incidents. You see David Reagan getting loose, then Regan Smith getting loose, trying to stay off of him.
That's A.J. Allmendinger he's gone by.
Yeah, I don't think Mark Truex is either. He's working on Matt Kenseth for the lead.
Trouble. Car in trouble off of turn number 4. 36 car. Caution is out. Jeff Bodine has gone around. And quickly we're back under the yellow flag again.
All good. cars have been out of control all weekend, man. He just lost it underneath you.
All right. What happened? Ryan was 33rd on the restart.
Just lost it where the track flattens out here. Probably not a lot of grip up there in that higher side coming off of 4 right now.
Got lucky though, didn't hit anything.
Or anybody.
Ball Tools 500, Jeffrey Bodine had some contact with Casey Kane off of turn number 2. Has continued on around the racetrack. Here it is.
We've seen Bodine in a few tight spots here today, and he got one there he couldn't quite get out of.
Kane running in 21st at that time.
Jimmy Johnson just sliding by there.
All right, go low.
Yeah, that looks like the melting of the bead on the right front tire. A solid lick in the 1.
Sorry, guys.
That's one of the reasons you'd want to try to stay out as long as possible, because we've seen a lot of this week. A lot of heavy braking. You know that it's bound to happen to somebody, and when it does, you don't want to be caught having made a pit stop and be 2 laps down.
Yeah, and different than we've been seeing on some of these mile-and-a-half tracks and other tracks, where if somebody gets in, then it brings everybody in. You don't want to put yourself in that position here.
Yep. Now all of a sudden back to 5th place, and Tony Stewart is running 2nd. Trouble.
Hold the brake, hold the brake.
Cole Witt cautions out.
Well, he'd done a great job. He did a great job there. I don't think he hit anything, so still doing okay. Go get 4 tires on it. Try it again.
A couple things to catch up on.
Proved too, then he couldn't save it.
Martin Truex Jr. with the not fun.
No, and you basically can't drive a race car like that. And sometimes just what he said, hoping it's going to grab, and you don't know where that's going to happen. We've seen a number of times him get really loose right as he got to the center of the corner.
Whoa, contact there. Brian Vickers pushing Matt Kenseth. Martinsville payback issued at Phoenix.
It sure was.
Yeah, you read it.
That's all that was.
Yeah, you can see Matt. He had his foot on the brake.
Yeah, Matt was basically going to let him get by.
Jimmy.
Because he just wasn't able to get into the corner. He was going to let Vickers have the inside, but Brian found a time that it was make sure that he remembered Martinsville.
Destroyed us, actually, so.
Cup title. He and Vickers had tangled. Kenseth shoved Vickers off into the corner. Then some contact on pit road, and contact just after the ensuing restart. And Kenseth had a tire go down and went into the wall himself in the corner, and that finish essentially ending the 17's chance to contend for this championship. Vicker attempting retribution later in the race at Martinsville.
What the hell is he doing? He just stopped going down the backstretch.
Back into the garage after some pretty significant damage.
Just hit a little bit too hard. You have to wonder, might have had some...
Yeah, it looked like he may have lost his brakes.
Yeah, brake failure there getting in.
Again, in that 21 car.
They got a good piece of it, too.
Was running 22nd at the time.
Yeah, it didn't hit it that hard, but it looks like he may have a tire going down.
Question is, did he drop any debris? And the answer is, we're going to check. As the race reaches its midway point, the caution comes out for the 5th time for debris from the 21 car. Slowing the field with Stewart first and Edwards second.
Kevin Harvick had dropped back to 6th spot on those 2 tires, so I think maybe they saw that experiment wasn't exactly what they're going to need. This is going to give them the opportunity.
In and out as it turned into 3.
Well, it looks like he didn't get any help. That thing just jumped out from under him.
Yes, a little contact with the wall on the right rear.
There's where the damage came from.
He came with the left rear.
So he did get some help at the end of it.
Look at that long slide without hitting anything.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how that car just broke loose. He could have had a slow leak maybe in the right rear.
And Kurt Busch just barely missed Jimmy when he was... What a run from 9th up to the front for Stewart. How about this?
Look at this. Yeah. 4 wide.
Trouble out. Back straightaway, Landon Castle and Trevor Bain. More involved.
Like Cole Witt's involved.
Yellow number 7.
And a couple of busted radiators.
Radiators broke, Landon. Just jump out of it. Guys, let's head to garage, see what we got.
Cole Witt had just gotten back on the lead lap with a free pass a little while ago for next year.
Oh, looks like Jamie McMurray caught the left rear corner of Landon Castle.
Oh, yeah. Cole Witt, nowhere to go right there. Yeah, the 21. I think the 21 must have run over something with the left front tire off of that, and it exploded then. That's what tore the fender off Witt.
Had to.
Or he could have just locked it up, and that's what blew it out.
Just instantly blew the left front fender off of that 21 car, Baines.
2005, he was the champion, those driving for someone else. This time, he's an owner driver, and he's going to become a 3-time NASCAR Sprint Cup champion. Tony Stewart wins it.
So we got it. We got it. We got the tiebreaker, baby. Awesome job.